Chapter 260. Morin's 2867 said indifferently, Ian. Yang Feng became even more respectful, and his etiquette was meticulous. Yes, sir. Morin's 2867 contemplated for a while before saying, I like the potions and prescriptions you offered very much. Since you're a wizard, I'll reward you with the title of Court Grand Master. Yang Feng was taken aback slightly, and then immediately said respectfully, Thank you, Your Majesty. Envious gazes focused on Yang Feng. There were many court wizards in the Morin's Empire. Court wizards were divided into 5 ranks: Level 3 Court Master, Court Grand Master, Court Master, and Court Master Supervisor. Some Archwizard rank wizards could only become Level 3 Court Masters in the Imperial Palace of the Morin's Empire. Court Grand Mages were existences that only the strongest magic shooters or legendary mages could become. For a trifling great wizard like Yang Feng to be able to become a Court Grand Master was both an honor and a great power. According to the custom of the Imperial Palace of the Morin's Empire, a Court Grand Master had 1 Level 3 Court Master, 8 Level 2 Court Masters, and 50 Level 1 Court Masters as subordinates. In other words, once Yang Feng became a Court Grand Master, he would have 59 powerful wizards as subordinates. Of course, whether or not he could truly subdue the 59 powerful wizards as subordinates depended on Yang Feng's ability. In the Saint Toulon city, with the blessings of the gods and countless purification barriers, Yang Feng couldn't use the liquid metal nano-robots to control others. Otherwise, if he was careless and was discovered, the foundation he laid would be destroyed. After accepting the appointment, Yang Feng obediently retreated to the side of Busso among the courtiers. As a hereditary peer earl, he was also qualified to attend the court. Shortly after, the court meeting dispersed. Sir Earl Ian, His Majesty invites you to the imperial study. Yang Feng was just about to leave, when an attendant came up to him and said respectfully. Yang Feng replied, Okay. Yang Feng followed the attendant through winding corridors and arrived at the imperial study. Inside the imperial study, only Morin's 2867 sat on a chair and casually flipped through a memorial. Yang Feng performed an impeccable etiquette, and then said, This humble subject Ian greets Your Majesty. Morin's 2867 slowly turned around, looked at Yang Feng with his slightly turbid eyes, revealed an enigmatic smile, and said faintly, Ian, I heard that when you came to the Saint Toulon city, you were invited to the beautiful and Gaiety Inn by Garca and spent a wonderful night there. Ian, what did Garza talk to you about? Yang Feng was greatly alarmed, and countless thoughts revolved in his mind. Relying on the extraordinary perception of a Level 3 warlock, he could vaguely perceive that there were at least 6 legend rank forces locked onto him in the room. Once he made the slightest movement, he would be besieged by the 6 legend rank experts. Cold sweat trickled down Yang Feng's back. His thoughts revolved lightning fast, and he finally said honestly, His Royal Highness the 6th Prince invited this humble servant to the beautiful and Gaiety Inn in hopes that this humble servant will join his camp against the great prince and assist him in ascending to the throne. Morin's 2867 asked seemingly carelessly, Did you agree to it? Yang Feng replied, Thanks to Governor Busso's recommendation, this humble servant was able to submit to Your Majesty and become the Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland. Therefore, this humble servant only hesitated slightly before agreeing to join His Royal Highness the 6th Prince's camp. Morin's 2867 said with a chuckle, It was me, not Garca, who promised you the title of Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland. The one you should be loyal to is me, not him. Yang Feng bowed his head slightly and said respectfully, Yes. Yes. It was indeed Your Majesty who promised me the title of Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland. This humble servant is willing to serve Your Majesty until the day I die. Morin's 2867 was an incapable ruler who killed without batting an eyelid and did as he pleased. As long as his bottom line wasn't crossed, Yang Feng didn't want to disobey him. Yang Feng said resolutely, If Your Majesty wants this humble servant to leave His Royal Highness the 6th Prince's camp, then this humble servant will immediately sever all ties with them. Compared to his own life, the friendship between Yang Feng and the sixth Prince Garca was simply not worth mentioning. Morin's 2867th nodded with satisfaction and said meaningfully, "No need. Since you've promised Garca, assist him well." Yang Feng heaved a long sigh of relief. He felt that the clothes on his back were already soaked with sweat, yet he said respectfully, "Yes. Your Majesty." Accompanying a ruler was like accompanying a tiger. Morin's 2867th, this incapable ruler, was extremely dangerous. If he didn't handle it well, he might be killed. Morin's 2867th said faintly, "Okay, if there's nothing else, you can take your leave." Yang Feng suddenly said, "Your Majesty, this humble servant has a matter to report." Morin's 2867th said indifferently, "Speak." Yang Feng said respectfully, "This humble servant wants to open a magic college in the St. Toulon city to cultivate magic talents for the empire. This humble servant would like to invite your Majesty to be the dean of this magic college." The inheritance of magic on the Feisua plain was very ancient. In addition to the churches and the court wizards cultivated by the empire, there were only some loose magic organizations formed by wizards. Apprentice wizards were discovered by wizards during their travels, or recommended by acquaintances, before they were accepted and nurtured, or passed on in the form of a wizard family. Generally, a wizard would take no more than 4 apprentice wizards with him. This inheritance method resulted in a very small number of wizards in the world. A long time ago, the Zhangji Plain also used this inheritance method. However, the academy style eventually replaced this ancient inheritance method and became the mainstream of the major forces of the Zhangji Plain. Morin's 2867th pondered for a while, then suddenly said with a smile, "A magic college? Sure. However, I won't pay a penny for the magic college." Yang Feng said with a smile, "No problem, I'll cover all the expenses." Morin's 2867th said somewhat impatiently, "Okay. You can take your leave." Yang Feng said respectfully, "Yes. Your Majesty." Morin's 2867th picked up a vial of dragon-billed elixir and drank it. His spirit was suddenly roused, and as if he had regained his youth, he was brimming with strength. What a great elixir! Morin's 2867th gave a long sigh, then revealed a joyful expression and turned towards the harem. When he stepped out of the gate of the imperial palace, Yang Feng felt his body loosen up. For a warlock like Yang Feng, who pursued truth and freedom, the feeling of having his fate hanging in the balance was extremely uncomfortable. Inside the Victory Palace, except for divine chosen, the upper echelon of the churches, and the patriarchs of divine descendants hidden in the Morin's empire, everyone else was an ant in front of Morin's 2867th. With an order from him, he could turn those ants into corpses, and even legend rank powerhouses were no exception. Morin's 2867th, on the other hand, wasn't even a knight rank powerhouse. This was the power of influence. "Ian, stop right there." Yang Feng had just left the imperial palace not far away, when a tall, pretty, and heroic girl dressed in a blue warrior's attire, with her hair tied up in a blue ponytail and a sword at her waist blocked in front of him and glared at him angrily. Behind the pretty, blue-haired girl followed 6 young men with swords at their waists and extraordinary auras. The 6 young men looked at Yang Feng with indignation in their eyes. Yang Feng frowned slightly and asked faintly, "Who are you?" The pretty, blue-haired girl said indignantly, "Jiran is my father's chief disciple." "You actually crippled him, is there still any law?" "So that's how it is." Yang Feng showed a smile of contempt and said faintly, "If I committed a crime, you can report it to the Imperial Guard Hall. Now, get out of the way, you're blocking my way. You commoners are blocking the way of a greater aristocrat. According to the law of the empire, you're punishable by 30 lashes." When he said that, the momentum of the 6 young men behind the pretty, blue-haired girl deflated. Only then did they remember that the man in front of them was a genuine greater aristocrat of the empire. According to the law of the Morince Empire, commoners blocking the way of a greater aristocrat was a crime and would be fined 10 gold coins and whipped 30 times. In the Morince Empire, commoners couldn't compete with greater aristocrats. This was the reason why countless people racked their brains to become aristocrats. The complexion of a young man changed and he whispered, "Becky, let's go. He's a greater aristocrat. If he screams, it'll be troublesome." The black-skinned dogs of the guard hall are the lackeys of greater aristocrats. The policemen of the Morince Empire's guard hall wore black uniforms. In the mouths of many people of the lower class, the policemen were known as black-skinned dogs. "I'm not afraid of him. My father is the lightning sacred swordsman. He's just an earl, what's so great about him? You cowards, watch me teach him a lesson." Becky was annoyed. She barked, erupted with Sky Knight rank chi, blurred into motion, and shot towards Yang Feng lightning fast. Since Yang Feng was a greater aristocrat, she was also apprehensive, not even daring to draw her sword. She just wanted to catch Yang Feng and teach him a lesson. Interesting. Yang Feng smiled and immediately shouted, "Someone is trying to assassinate a greater aristocrat. Someone is trying to assassinate a greater aristocrat. Someone is trying to assassinate a greater aristocrat. Who? Who dares to assassinate a greater aristocrat?" The 4 policemen who were patrolling nearby immediately rushed over anxiously, and while shouting, they madly blew their sirens. Yang Feng used aristocratic arrogance to point at Becky and them and said lightly, "Good. However, these people tried to assassinate me in the middle of the street. The evidence is conclusive, you all saw it. Go and capture them all." The rank 3 supervisor's face sank and he said coldly, "You all heard it. Drop your weapons and surrender at once, or we'll kill you on the spot on the charge of assassinating a greater aristocrat. If you continue to resist, then your family members will be imprisoned on the charge of treason. Of course, as long as you surrender, we'll allow you to hire a lawyer to defend you in court." The 6 young men looked at each other, smiled bitterly, took the swords hanging at their waists, and threw them aside. More than a dozen policemen quickly rushed up and handcuffed the 6 young men. Becky shouted unwillingly, "How can you do this? He only said a few words, yet you came to arrest us. Based on what?" The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly and he said lightly, "Based on what? Based on the fact that I'm a greater aristocrat, while you're just a bunch of commoners." When he heard this, the rank 3 supervisor remained silent, as if he hadn't heard anything. No matter what he thought, he could only remain silent in the face of a hereditary peer earl. "Earl Ian, why are you so calculative with a child?" A gentle voice suddenly sounded from the side. A middle-aged man dressed in a blue warrior's attire, with a medium build, short blue hair, a sword at his waist, ordinary looks, and traces of vicissitudes of life on his face slowly walked over. As if there was an invisible force surrounding the middle-aged man, everyone who saw the middle-aged man unconsciously made way for him. When the policemen saw the middle-aged man, as if they were struck by lightning, they trembled and took a few steps back. When Yang Feng saw the middle-aged man, alarm bells went off in his mind. The terrifying perception of a level 3 warlock constantly reminded him that the middle-aged man was very dangerous. In Yang Feng's eyes, the middle-aged man seemed to have become the incarnation of a peerless sword, a mysterious aura firmly locked onto his throat, as if a sword was pressed against his neck at all times. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of graveness and he said slowly, "Lightning Sacred Swordsman Cassius." The area within 10 meters was the domain of Sacred Swordsmen. On the Feisua Plain, unless a spell was conjured beforehand, most legend wizards would die once a Sacred Swordsman got within 10 meters of them. Even on the Tsangji Plain, once a Sacred Swordsman got close to them, even great warlock rank experts would fall. Once a Sacred Swordsman stepped into the legend realm, their swords would possess a trace of the power of laws, making them extraordinary and peerlessly sharp. Even the formidable life force field that surrounded great warlocks couldn't withstand it. When the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius wasn't angry, he looked like an ordinary middle-aged man. Chapter 262. The huge villa in the St. Toulon city, which could accommodate all of Yang Feng's subordinates, had been purchased by Busso. Inside the villa, in a luxuriously decorated room, Yang Feng sat on a tiger-skin sofa. Sitting opposite him were Cassius and his daughter. Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "Jiran was accidentally injured by me when he challenged me. According to the laws of the empire, I have no obligation to treat him. However, I have always been a generous person. 6 million gold coins, as long as you can give me 6 million gold coins, then I'll treat him." Becky was startled and exclaimed, 6 million gold coins. How can we come up with so much money? Cassius couldn't help but frown slightly. Human sacred swordsmen were humans living in the secular world. They weren't immortals, nor were they gods who lived high up in the star-divine country and didn't have to worry about money. Human sacred swordsmen also had to work, or have their own businesses, in order to earn money. Generally, sacred swordsmen would open dojos and accept children of greater aristocrats as apprentices. Or they would directly seek refuge with the court and serve as the court's lackeys. Of the 5 legend-rank sacred swordsmen of the Sword of Justice, 2 of them were experts who later sought refuge with the court. Cassius also made a living by opening a dojo. The total assets of his family were more than 1 million gold coins, but the liquid funds were only over 100,000 gold coins. He didn't lack small amounts of money, but he couldn't come up with such a huge sum as 6 million gold coins. Yang Feng said lightly, "It's a precious elixir that can restore a damaged dantian and restore qi. Naturally, the price can't be low. If you don't want to, you can also ask the popes of the temples. As long as they cast the level, for divine spell Great Praise of Life, Jiran's injuries can also be healed." The level, for divine spell Great Praise of Life was one of the strongest healing divine spells of the temples. Once cast, no matter what kind of injury it was, it could be quickly healed within a day. The person who had 1 foot in the gates of hell would be pulled out. Such a powerful theurgy could only be performed by the popes of the various shrines or the pinnacle powerhouses among the cardinals. Besides, they would have to pay a huge price to perform such a powerful recovery theurgy. Basically, no one would perform such a powerful theurgy for a mere star knight. Becky was so choked that she couldn't speak. The popes and cardinals of the various shrines were all extremely revered figures. Even if Cassius begged, the popes of the major shrines would never agree to cast such a powerful recovery magic on Jiran. After all, Cassius had experienced countless storms and waves. He said calmly, "Earl Ian, since you asked us to come here, you must have the intention to treat Jiran. Please state your terms." Yang Feng smiled and revealed his true intentions, "I can cure Jiran. However, I hope that you can become my retainer and work for me." Cassius said meaningfully, "Earl Ian, do you know how many great nobles have tried to recruit me over the years?" Yang Feng shook his head slightly. Cassius said faintly, "A total of 137 great nobles have tried to recruit me and have me work for them. However, my family didn't agree either. I can't think of any reason to work for you." Yang Feng said unhurriedly, "That's only because they can't offer you something that can tempt you. Cassius, I can make you an aristocrat." Cassius smiled faintly, but didn't speak. If he was willing to join the court of the Morince Empire and become its lackey, he could easily obtain the title of a court earl, become a court aristocrat, and enjoy all the rights of an aristocrat. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, and he continued, "I can make you a hereditary peer aristocrat." Cassius' eyelids twitched slightly, and his eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. Hereditary peer aristocrats could be passed down from generation to generation and had their own fief. Even a trifling hereditary peer knight was considered to have truly stepped into the aristocratic class. Yang Feng said with a smile, "If you side with me, I can divide a fief and recommend you to the empire as a chevalier, becoming a member of the hereditary peer aristocracy." Cassius' heart thumped, and ripples appeared in his originally calm and tranquil eyes. He, who grew up in the Morince Empire, understood how difficult it was to obtain a hereditary peer aristocrat. In their fief, a hereditary peer aristocrat was like a local tyrant. As long as they paid a certain amount of gold coins to the royal family every year, they could do whatever they wanted. Furthermore, they could legally form a private army of less than 200 people to guard their fief. An aristocrat with the title of a hereditary peer aristocrat was qualified to join the circle of first-rate aristocrats and become a member of the exclusive aristocrats. Although Cassius was the lightning sacred swordsman and possessed formidable martial prowess, greater aristocrats came to recruit him. However, he was very clear that they came to recruit him in order to get a powerful thug and bodyguard, not a companion on the same level as them. One of the important reasons why Cassius wasn't willing to side with greater aristocrats was that when he aged and his strength declined to a certain extent. As a thug, it was very likely that he would be abandoned or even eliminated by his master. Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "If you make enough contributions, I can even help you become a hereditary peer baron and make you a member of the true aristocracy. You know, the Red Earth wasteland is extremely vast. Dividing a fief is nothing for me. Hereditary peer baron." Cassius' eyes erupted with a scorching glint, his heart pounded madly, and his blood flowed frantically. Unless the sacred swordsman who sided with the Morince Empire made great contributions, otherwise, after serving the Empire for a lifetime, they might only get 1 or 2 fiefs and become an aristocrat. Only the luckier ones might get a fief and let their descendants step into the aristocratic class. The title of hereditary peer baron only appeared in the founding years of the Morince Empire, or in the most critical battles when the Morince Empire engaged in a large-scale war with its old enemy, the Titan Empire, or when a demonic plague or a sea disaster swept the world. Yang Feng said faintly, "How about this, if you're willing to side with me and fight for me wholeheartedly? Even if you die in battle, I'll guarantee that your son or daughter will become a hereditary peer baron." Of course, a hereditary peer baron is only the bottom line. If you make enough contributions, it's not impossible for you to go a step further and become a hereditary peer viscount. We can go to the Temple of Contracts to notarize this promise. Cassius' mouth suddenly went dry, and his eyes flickered with ecstasy. Hereditary peer viscount. In the Morince Empire, aristocrats with hereditary peer earl titles and above were called greater aristocrats and had great power. Aristocrats with hereditary peer baron titles and above were considered true aristocrats. Hereditary peer viscounts, on the other hand, were considered quasi-greater aristocrats. Some powerful hereditary peer viscounts could even be accepted into the circle of greater aristocrats and become a member of true greater aristocrats. Cassius couldn't resist such a huge temptation. In the Morince Empire, apart from the emperor and some top aristocratic families with a long history, no one could offer a fief to recruit a sacred swordsman. After contemplating for a while, Cassius's eyes flashed with a touch of firmness and he said solemnly, "Earl Ian, if you can fulfill your promise, then I'm willing to join you and become your retainer. This is the contract. Take a look and see if there are any problems." Yang Feng smiled, then took out a contract and handed it to Cassius. Cassius took the contract and looked at it carefully for a while. His eyes flashed with a touch of a complicated glint, and he said faintly, "Sir Earl, it seems that you have prepared this contract. So the misunderstanding between you and my daughter is also part of your plan?" Becky was startled and looked at Yang Feng with a bit of fear in her beautiful eyes. Yang Feng said with a smile, "No, I just took advantage of the situation, that's all. Of course, if you hadn't come, I would have had other options. Sacred Gale Swordsman, Sacred Gale Swordsman, Sacred Flame Swordsman, Sacred Windfire Swordsman, there are dozens of sacred swordsmen in the St. Toulon city who haven't been recruited yet. If I visited them one by one, I would eventually be able to recruit 2 or 3 sacred swordsmen." Cassius contemplated for a while before finally nodding slightly. Obtaining a lordship and directly promoting to a hereditary lordship was a great temptation for the legendary sacred swordsmen in the St. Toulon city. Compared to legend wizards who wholeheartedly delved into all kinds of knowledge and possessed great wealth, sacred swordsmen were more susceptible to the temptation of power and wealth. Legend rank powerhouses were also people. They had their own families and friends, and they also wanted to stand out. There were also sacred swordsmen who wholeheartedly pursued the pinnacle of martial arts. However, even more sacred swordsmen pursued fame and wealth, and threw themselves into the Morince Empire's imperial court or greater aristocratic families. On the Faesua plain, gods stood aloof and looked down on mortals. The imperial family, greater aristocrats, and churches jointly controlled the world. It was a society with a strict hierarchy. Even though sacred swordsmen were tyrannical in martial arts, but they could only climb up step by step in this strict social system. People who were tyrannical in martial arts didn't necessarily have a high social status and live a better life. Hereditary peer aristocrats, on the other hand, had a high social status. As long as they weren't too stupid, they would live a good life. Yang Feng said with a smile, "Then let's go to the Temple of Contracts and sign a fair contract under the witness of the mighty god of contracts." Cassius was also somewhat impatient. He got up, and then smiled awkwardly to conceal the anxiety in his heart, saying, "Okay. I really didn't betray you. I can swear on my life. So that's how it is." The first successor of the Hansen family colluded with a witch from the Titan Empire. "Lord Desser, please report this matter to His Majesty the Great Emperor fairly. There are so many witnesses here." Following a chuckle, Yang Feng slowly stepped into the spacious room and smiled as he looked at Faldina and Edith embracing each other. Desser was the middle-aged man with a well-groomed mustache. He was also one of the 5 sacred swordsmen of the Sword of Justice. He was also one of the 5 tycoons of the Sword of Justice. When he heard Yang Feng's words, Dassault's eyebrows wrinkled tightly. He was well aware that once the first successor of the Hansen family colluded with a witch from the Titan Empire, it would cause a huge storm if Morince 2867 learned of it. If he didn't handle it well, the entire Hansen family would be at risk of being destroyed. As he was a good friend of the Hansen family, he naturally couldn't sit idly by and watch such a thing happen. Dassault's face sank and he said coldly, "Earl Ian, the Sword of Justice is handling a case. Please be quiet. If you can't be quiet, then please leave." Yang Feng said with a meaningful smile, "Okay, I'll watch you handle the case impartially. By the way, His Majesty has officially appointed me as a Court Grand Master. You can also call me Court Grand Master Ian." Dassault's heart shook, and he went silent for a moment. Yang Feng became a Court Grand Master, which meant that he had the grace to have an audience with Morince 2867. At the same time, he was a member of the Morince Empire's imperial court system, serving His Majesty directly and wielding great power. As long as he didn't make a mistake, Dassault had no right to drive him away. Eyes bloodshot, Edith drew his sword, pointed it at Yang Feng, and roared, "It's you. Ian, you betrayed us. You fiend, you bastard." Yang Feng took a few steps back, glanced at Edith, and said with a contemptuous smile, "Sir Dassault, I seem to hear someone threatening me." Dassault glared and barked, "Edith, don't mess around. Hurry up and capture the Titan Empire's witch behind you. His Majesty designated her as a criminal. Think about the Hansen family." "No, never. I'll never hand over Faldina." Eyes shot with blood, Edith bellowed, urged his pinnacle star knight rank chi, and his sword transformed into specks of stars and stabbed at Dassault. Only by forcing the legend rank sacred swordsman Dassault away could Edith and them hope to escape. When the fearsome star chi erupted, a violent hurricane was set off in the room, and countless furniture and decorations were overturned and smashed to pieces. "Fool!" Dassault's eyes widened, then he roared and unsheathed his sword, and a brilliant sword ray hit the endless stars. The endless stars shattered, and Edith was forced back a few steps by the fearsome backlash. Yang Feng exclaimed in admiration, "Amazing! What an exquisite swordsmanship! The reputation of a sacred swordsman is well deserved." Edith's swordsmanship was above that of Yang Feng's, yet his swordsmanship was broken by Dassault's sword strike. This meant that Yang Feng's demonic fighting sword art couldn't withstand a single blow from Dassault. Edith bit his lip. As if a madman, countless star sword rays lit up again and stabbed at Dassault. Chapter 265. Faldina's eyes were filled with deathly stillness. Suddenly, she sensed that her sealed power had all returned to her body. Boom! Along with a loud noise, the floor in the area where Faldina was located collapsed strangely, and she fell to the ground together with Edith. Faldina's gaze was ice-cold. She pointed at Edith, and a dozen-plus arcane projectiles blasted into Edith without mercy. Caught off guard, Edith barely managed to urge the chi protection of a junior sacred swordsman, before he was hit by the dozen-plus arcane projectiles and sent flying. The moment he was hit by the arcane projectiles, Edith's eyes were filled with shock and incredulity, yet he was still sent flying by the powerful impact. Faldina silently recited an incantation, pointed with a finger, and launched the level 1 spell Dark Mist. Endless darkness and dense mist gushed out in a flash and covered everyone in the room. In the endless darkness and dense fog, Dassault's eyes flashed with a dignified glint, and he took out a jade card. The jade card radiated fluctuations of divine technique power, and white rays of light shot out of the jade card. Illuminated by the white light, the dark mist was instantly dispelled. Faldina was an extremely powerful archwizard, which the Knights of the Sword of Justice already knew. Dassault also carried many magic restraining treasures. The moment the dark mist was dispelled, Dassault's figure blurred, and he shot into the big hole like a bolt of lightning. Fireballs, icicles, wind blades, and various other level 1 spells burst out of the huge hole and bombarded Desser crazily. A resplendent sword ray shone. Spurred by sacred swordsman rank chi, a powerful sword circle suddenly erupted and swept away the elemental spells. The numerous level 1 spells were completely shattered by Desser's sword circle. The chi of the Feisua plane was similar to the life energy cultivated by warlocks of the Zhangji plane. Although the grade and potential of chi couldn't compare to that of the life energy cultivated by warlocks, but its power was unpredictable. Once it erupted, it was extremely powerful and could crush many low-level spells. The various level 1 spells only blocked Dassault for a moment, when a pair of wings of the wind appeared behind Faldina. Like a fairy, she smashed through the door of the hotel and flew outside. Weakness. Petrification ray. Spider web. Fear. Stun. Faldina had just rushed out of the hotel, when dozens of debuff spells slammed into her. Dazzling crystals flew out of Faldina and formed a diamond-shaped magic shield. When the various negative spells fell on the rhombus-shaped magic shield, they immediately collapsed and disappeared. The countless magic rhombus crystals were a legendary secret treasure, the magic crystal net. Under Faldina's control, no level 1 or level 2 spells could hurt her until her mental strength was exhausted. While withstanding the attacks of countless spells, Faldina seemed to have transformed into a huge bird and flew toward an alley on the side. The terrain of the Saint Toulon city was very complicated. As long as Faldina escaped into the complicated alleys, she would be able to escape alive. Soul shock. An archmage silently chanted an incantation, pointed at Faldina, and cast the level 3 spell Mind Shock. In midair, Faldina's delicate body suddenly shook, and like a bird with broken wings, she fell from midair towards the ground. The magic crystal net was extremely profound. It could weaken the power of most level 3 spells, but it could not make people completely immune to the attacks of level 3 spells. Binding of the air. Another archmage silently chanted an incantation and pointed his wand at Faldina. Countless streams of air condensed frantically, forming chains that rolled towards Faldina and tightly entangled her. As soon as Faldina came to her senses, she poured formidable spirit force into the crystal net, and the crystal net radiated powerful magic light and dispelled the atmospheric shackles. Cough. Cough. Suddenly, Faldina bent over, covered her mouth, and coughed. Drops of blood dripped from her lily-white fingers to the ground. An archmage sighed slightly, and his eyes flashed with admiration. what an amazing young lady. She has the cultivation base of an archmage at such a young age. Unfortunately, she is a person of the Titan Empire. Faced with the siege of dozens of wizards coupled with the attacks of 2 archmages, Faldina still almost escaped. In addition to the legendary secret treasure magic crystal net, her own strength was top-notch. Weakness. Web. Fear. Stun. Spells fell from the sky and landed on Faldina's body, but they were blocked by the secret treasure crystal net. Every time a spell was blocked, the magic crystal net dimmed a bit, and Faldina's face became a bit paler. The 2 archmages silently recited incantations, and a series of binding spells fell on Faldina. If Morin's 2867th wanted a living Faldina, then she had to live. This was the power possessed by the Emperor of the Morin's Empire, the most powerful human empire on the Fesua Plain. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the street was engulfed by a huge explosion. Amidst the terrifying explosions, the knights and mages of the Sword of Justice were completely engulfed by the terrifying explosions. Smoke and dust rose, and countless fragments of stone splashed about. At the moment of the explosion, the mages cast defensive spells on themselves one after another. The 2 archmages took a few steps back, silently chanted an incantation, and enchanted themselves with defensive spells. After the smoke and dust of the explosions completely dispersed, everyone had unsightly expressions on their faces as they discovered that Faldina, who had been stabbed in the abdomen and was like a turtle in a jar, had disappeared. Standing in the tavern, Yang Feng looked outside, sneered, and ridiculed. The Hansen family is really good. They even let go of someone that His Majesty wants. It seems that the relationship between the witch and Edith is really close. In the tavern room, Edith curled up into a ball in a daze, held his head in his hands, and looked like a good-for-nothing. Iser smiled faintly and inverted the truth. Earl Ian, the Hansen family is loyal and devoted to His Majesty. My son, Edith, stabbed the witch with a sword. My son, Edith, has never really loved the witch. He just wanted to use her to get information on the Titan Empire. Oh, is that so? Did I misunderstand Edith? With a look of surprise on his face, Yang Feng looked at the zombie-like Edith and said with a faint smile, Edith, you never really loved Faldina. You just wanted to use her to get information on the Titan Empire. Is that true? The zombie-like Edith opened his eyes and stared at Yang Feng. His gem-like eyes, which were more beautiful than many beautiful women, were filled with resentment. As long as anyone ate an apple of wisdom, no matter how much of a waste they were before, they would possess terrifying wisdom and become a super freakish cultivation genius. They would be able to easily comprehend any kind of knowledge with a glance. People who ate an apple of wisdom and didn't die before they matured basically became bigwigs. The strong divine force rank radiant primary god Prados of the Zalia divine system had once eaten an apple of wisdom. On the Fesua Plain, the radiant primary god Prados was the most powerful strong divine force rank god. When the Tsangji Plain dominated the Fesua Plain, each apple of wisdom was an indispensable tribute of the Fesua Plain. Only warlock emperors of the warlock dynasties were qualified to enjoy the apple of wisdom, which was a peerless treasure that was born only once every 30,000 years. Such a precious treasure naturally attracted the coveting of many powerful existences. Many planar wars were caused by the apples of wisdom of the Fesua Plain. The Tsangji Plain's demonic fighting sect also had specific records of the apples of wisdom. According to the latest intelligence, the apple of wisdom should take 372 years to ripen. Yang Feng took the initiative to come to the Fesua Plain because he coveted the apple of wisdom. Once he could get his hands on the apple of wisdom, his wisdom would increase by leaps and bounds, and his cultivation would yield twice the results with half the effort. Faldina said with a sweet smile, Earl Ian, it seems that your origin isn't simple. You even know about the apple of wisdom. On the Fesua Plain, all kinds of information about the apple of wisdom had been deleted by the gods. Apart from divine descendant families with ancient inheritances and the core upper echelon of churches, no one knew about the existence of the apple of wisdom. An apple of wisdom might be able to change the fate of an ordinary person and turn them into a god lofty in a divine country. The gods in the starry sky didn't want ordinary people to know about this because they also wanted to get their hands on a treasure like the apple of wisdom. Forcibly suppressing his excitement and greed, Yang Feng took a deep breath and said solemnly, "What do you want? As long as it's reasonable, I can agree to it." Faldina's beautiful eyes flashed with resentment, and she said unhurriedly in a voice that seemed to come from the netherworld, "I want to follow you and watch how you destroy the Hansen family." Yang Feng frowned slightly and said, "He's a member of the Hansen family." Faldina touched the wound on her lower abdomen, which was no longer bleeding. Traces of pain came from the wound, shrouding her beautiful eyes in a shadow. She revealed a bewitching smile. "It's because he's a member of the Hansen family that I want to destroy the Hansen family. I want him to pay the price for today's sword strike." "All right. I agree." Yang Feng pondered for a while. He couldn't figure out what Faldina was thinking, so he simply stopped thinking about it. He silently recited an incantation, pointed at Faldina, and cast a lie detection spell on her. Apart from the believers of the Zalia pantheon, the god of lies and deceit, who had the minor divine power of lies and deceit, as well as some strange treasures, even a legendary-level powerhouse would be affected by the lie detection spell. Among the gods of the Titan divine system, there was no god similar to the god of lies and deception. Unless Faldina had one of the few treasures forged by USO circulating in the world, she might be able to resist the lie detection spell. The Apple of Wisdom is located at the end of the world, on an island in the middle of the Golden Strait. In ancient times, before the gods were born, there was once a powerful devil called the Time Lord who cast a spell that the gods couldn't defy in the Golden Strait. Yang Feng was silent. The Time Lord, known as one of the strongest experts in the history of the Zhangji Plain, also came to the Feisua Plain and took away an Apple of Wisdom. Shrouded by that spell, the Golden Strait became a forbidden area for gods. Any demigod who ignited their divine fire or a god with a godhead would be deprived of all their power and turned into an ordinary person once they entered the Golden Strait. The Apple of Wisdom tree takes 10,000 years to sprout, 10,000 years to blossom, and 10,000 years to bear fruit. This cannot be changed. However, the false gods of the Zalia divine system, the goddess of life, the goddess of plants, and the goddess of forests, join hands and send people to the Apple of Wisdom tree every year. They spend countless precious divine power and treasures to nourish the Apple of Wisdom tree, and finally advance the maturity of the Apple of Wisdom by more than 300 years. In other words, in 3 years, the Apple of Wisdom will mature. Faldina said faintly. Yang Feng's thoughts stirred, and he exclaimed in admiration, as expected of the gods of the Zalia divine system, "How clever!" An Apple of Wisdom was a peerless treasure that could trigger a planar war. Every time an Apple of Wisdom appeared, countless experts would gather on the Feisua Plain for a war. Even though the gods of the Feisua Plain could take advantage of their geographical advantage to gain the upper hand and be virtually undefeated, but there would still be gods who would fall and consume their power. Once the Apple of Wisdom ripened ahead of time, the gods could take away the Apple of Wisdom ahead of time and avoid the war. For the gods, who had at least a lifespan of millions of years, it would be best if they didn't have to fight to the death. Yang Feng suddenly asked, "How do you know when the Apple of Wisdom will ripen?" Faldina said faintly, "The Apple of Wisdom can change the fate of mortals and give them a chance to become gods. In addition to gods, mortals are also very tempted by the Apple of Wisdom." The gods of the Feisua Plain were aloof and ruled over everything, and their lifespans were practically endless. Ordinary people didn't matter. However, although the powerhouses at the apex of the world crawled at the feet of the gods, but they also longed to take a step forward and become a member of the gods. Even the members of divine descendant families were no exception. Members of divine descendant families were blessed by the gods at birth and had a lifespan and formidable cultivation talent far beyond that of ordinary people. However, they would also die of old age, and they longed to become gods. Chapter 267. The White Tower was located in the west of the Victory Palace. It was a 100-meter-tall, 9-story-tall magic tower made of white secret corundum. It was the only magic tower in the Saint Toulon city. The White Tower was the headquarters of the court masters. Inside the White Tower, the top wizards of the Morince Empire who sided with the court gathered, and there was even no lack of legend-rank wizards. A luxurious carriage slowly approached from afar along the Bluestone Road and stopped in front of the White Tower. Dressed in a pure white court Grand Master robe, Yang Feng slowly alighted from the luxurious carriage and looked at the tall White Tower. Hereditary peer greater aristocrats of the Morince Empire generally lived in their territories, acting like local tyrants. Very few of them held real positions in the court of the Morince Empire. Since Yang Feng, a hereditary peer earl, could become a court Grand Master, it was both a grace and a means to put him under reasonable house arrest in the Saint Toulon city. Although Morince 2867 was a cruel, lecherous, and incapable ruler in the eyes of many people, but he didn't lack some means that an emperor should have. Yang Feng slowly stepped into the White Tower. As soon as he entered the White Tower, Yang Feng saw apprentice wizards and wizards shuttling back and forth inside the White Tower in a hurry. Every magic apprentice was a respected existence in the outside world, but here, they were nothing more than servants. As for official wizards, which were very difficult to see in the outside world, they could be seen everywhere here. From time to time, fearsome spirit fluctuations of legend wizards spread from the top of the White Tower. Clearly, there were legend wizards conducting various magic experiments inside the White Tower. A big white dog came up to Yang Feng and spoke in human language. "Excuse me, are you the court Grand Master Ian?" Yang Feng looked curiously at the big white dog. His eyes flickered with a brilliant light, and he discovered that the big dog wasn't a demonic beast-like extraordinary life form. "I am." The big white dog said, "My name is Ola, I'm a level 1 court master. Please come with me." Yang Feng followed behind the big white dog and entered the White Pagoda. Yang Feng asked curiously, "Why were you turned into a dog?" Olga smiled bitterly. "As an assistant, I participated in one of Asenho's large-scale experiments, but I made a mistake and ruined the experiment. As a result, Asenho used a transformation spell on me and turned me into a dog. I have to live as a dog for a month." Although it was very difficult for the Fesua Plains wizards to reach the pinnacle due to the weave, but wizards had a lot of means, and all kinds of strange spells emerged one after another. The polymorph spell that turned people into dogs was just a level 3 spell. Olga came to a large hall and pointed. "This is your room. Your subordinates are inside." "They're already inside." Yang Feng looked up and saw a door plate hanging in the upper right corner of the hall, 13th Magic Brigade. From today onwards, he was a royal archmage and the captain of the 13th Magic Brigade. All the royal mages in the 13th Magic Brigade were his direct subordinates. Yang Feng pushed open the door and entered. Inside the reception hall, there were 59 court masters, each of whom was carefully studying a magic book. When Yang Feng entered, they only raised their eyelids and glanced at him, before continuing to read the magic books in their hands with indifferent expressions on their faces. The hall was filled with indifference and rejection. In this hall, there were 8 great magicians and 1 magic shooter. No one thought that Yang Feng, who had no qualifications and strength, could become their captain. Yang Feng said faintly, "I am Ian. From today onwards, I am your head." There was silence. Wizards were a very proud group of people. Chapter 268. Boom! Along with a blare, a huge explosion occurred in a laboratory in the White Tower. The frightening shock wave of the explosion smashed the door of the laboratory into pieces. An old man with white hair and a wizard robe in a mess, hair as messy as a bird's nest, and a powerful warping force field shrouded him walked out of the laboratory. The old man's eyes were bloodshot, and he cursed without any grace, "Damn it, I failed again. Which part had gone wrong? Is it true that only gods can instantaneously cast level 4 spells? Hey, what's going on? How come there are so many people? The old man suddenly exclaimed in surprise and muttered to himself. That old geezer Paera was also alarmed. With a flash of magic radiance, the old man disappeared in a flash. In the White Tower Magic Arena, on a day specially set up for legend wizards, light and shadow distorted, and the old man appeared on the dais. On the dais stood an ordinary-looking, emaciated old man with a pair of abnormally bright, star-like eyes. Only legendary magicians could stand on this high platform. This also meant that these two old men were powerful legendary mages. Below the dais, half of the 1,000 seats were already filled. Court wizards in the White Tower had come to the magic arena, ready to bear witness to Yang Feng's defeat. The old man, whose hair was as messy as a bird's nest, sat on a chair and said casually, "Paera, how did the battle between two little fellows disturb you?" Paera said faintly, "Barando, there are two little guys preparing to duel. One is from the Red Earth Wasteland, a person who established a city in the Red Earth Wasteland. He is called Ian, a great wizard." Barando was taken aback, and his eyes flashed with a dignified glint. "There's actually someone who established a city in the Red Earth Wasteland? How did he do it?" The Red Earth Wasteland was an area polluted by divine blood. It was arid, without water, and without food. Unless a god descended a miracle and purified the area, it was impossible to build a city there. In history, countless heroes tried to conquer the Red Earth Wasteland, only to fail miserably. It was the first time that Barando heard that someone could build a city in the Red Earth Wasteland, so his shock could be well imagined. Barando hesitated for a moment. His eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness as he slowly said, "Barros is a magic shooter. Since Ian dared to challenge him, he should also be a magic shooter. Did you come to see him today to see if he has understood the true meaning of magic?" Paera remained silent for a moment before slowly nodding. Barando was silent for a while, and a complicated light flashed in his eyes. He slowly said, "The true essence of magic is the taboo of the gods. Other than the divine descendants, no one can peek at it. You are treading a dangerous path, Blanca. Do you understand? I'm a wizard. A real sorcerer who pursues knowledge and truth. Even death can't stop my determination to pursue truth and knowledge. 10 years ago, I should have abandoned everything and pursued truth. Unfortunately, at that time, I still couldn't abandon some things. Now, I've made up my mind to do what I want to do." Pawara's eyes shone brightly as he enunciated each syllable. With a complicated look in his eyes, Barando sighed slowly, saying, "You're really a madman." Barando understood from his friend that his friend had decided to take a rugged and dangerous path that the gods didn't tolerate. Countless magicians had tried to cross that path and reach the other side of the truth, but all of them died under the wrath of the gods. Paera said faintly, "True wizards are madmen." Barando said unhurriedly, "Even if he can conquer the Red Earth Wasteland, he may not have grasped the true essence of magic. Among humans, only the divine descendants have grasped the true essence of magic and the mysteries of power." A cool breeze revolved around him and carried him to the magic arena. Barros's eyes revealed a trace of ridicule. He stepped onto the magic arena step by step and arrived in front of Yang Feng. Barros said with a cold smile, "What a fool to waste a spell in order to look better. In a battle, a spell may be able to reverse the situation at the last moment." As a level 3 court master, Barros had experienced countless battles and exchanges of pointers. In the cruelest battles, every spell had to go through countless meticulous calculations, because the number of spells a wizard could cast in a day was limited. Even with a magic elixir that could restore spirit force, once the spell slots prepared the day before were exhausted, a wizard would become an ordinary person, without any fighting strength to speak of. Yang Feng said calmly, "I'm much stronger than you. Even if I let you cast a few spells, you're still bound to lose to me. You'll be the one to lose." Barros said very calmly. As a level 3 court master, he had experienced countless battles. He was well aware that wizards had to remain calm in battle. A calm wizard was the most powerful wizard. Begin the match. A court master, acting as the referee, said indifferently. Barros opened his mouth and uttered a few magic sentences. In a flash, the level 3 spell Advanced Warping Force field appeared around him and formed a warping shield. An archwizard exclaimed in admiration, "Magic sentences, that's amazing. That's Barros for you." Another archwizard also exclaimed in admiration, "After mastering magic sentences, his casting speed is more than twice that of ordinary archwizards. I'm afraid that his actual combat strength is comparable to that of some wandering legend wizards." Magic sentences were a kind of rapid casting technique. This top-notch technique allowed an archwizard's casting speed to be more than twice that of ordinary archwizards. In a battle between wizards, the casting speed of spells was also very important. In a battle between archwizards of the same rank, if the disparity in casting speed was too great, they might be defeated in a face-off. Magic sentences were very difficult to master. Not every archwizard could master this technique. Only a genius court master like Barros, who specialized in combat, could accomplish this. On the dais, the two legend wizards didn't have any change in their expressions. They were all top-notch legendary mages, and they had already grasped the little tricks of the magic scale and sentences. Furthermore, with the help of the weave, they could even instantaneously cast level 3 spells. Any archwizard who dared to challenge a legend wizard who could instantaneously cast level 3 spells would only end up dead. Magic sentences, I can also do it. Furthermore, I'm stronger than you. Yang Feng smiled faintly. The robot of blasphemy simulated the spirit fluctuations of a fanatic of the weave goddess, communicated with the weave, and spat out 2 magic sentences. In a flash, an advanced warping force field enveloped him. At the same time, the level 3 spell Mind Shock was launched and blasted towards Barros. Barros stood up from the ground and came before Yang Feng. His eyes flashed with a look of struggle, and he finally gave a long sigh. "Greetings, sir. From today on, I am your loyal subordinate." The duel between Barros and Yang Feng was witnessed by the court wizards in the White Tower. Once Barros broke the contract, he wouldn't be able to stay in the White Tower any longer. Seeing this scene, the spectating court masters slowly dispersed. They were well aware that from today on, Yang Feng would become a real court Grand Master and hold great power, becoming one of the tycoons of the court Grand Master system. "Master Ian, I am the legend wizard Blanca. I hope to meet you." A voice suddenly sounded in the magic arena, and rays of light formed a halo in front of Yang Feng. Barros was startled and exclaimed, "Grandmaster Blanca." The legend wizard Blanca was definitely one of the 5 most powerful people of the court master system. He possessed terrifying strength. At the time, the Morin's Empire paid a huge price to recruit him into the imperial court master system. 3 legend wizards and 12 sacred swordsmen died at the hands of Blanca. He was known as one of the most powerful wizards who excelled in combat. Compared to Blanca, Barros was like a child compared to an adult. The gap between them was terrifying. Yang Feng pondered for a moment, and then stepped into the halo. Countless rays of light shone, and Yang Feng disappeared from the halo. Barros looked at the halo with a complicated look in his eyes, then sighed slightly, turned around, and left. In a room full of books, a ray of light shone. Yang Feng walked out of the light and saw Blanca quietly standing in front of him. Blanca performed a wizard's common etiquette and revealed a smile. "Hello, Master Ian, I am Blanca." Yang Feng also performed a wizard's common etiquette and said with a smile, "Hello, I am Ian. Please sit down." Yang Feng and Blanca sat on 2 sofas respectively. Blanca's star-like eyes shone brightly, and he asked full of longing, "Master Ian, have you grasped the true essence of magic?" Yang Feng's heart surged with vigilance, and he said faintly, "The true essence of magic can only be grasped by divine descendants. I'm just an ordinary person, I don't dare to violate the domain of gods. The true essence of magic could only be cultivated by archbishops of churches, divine descendants, elves, fiends, and devils. But for human wizards, it was an absolute taboo." Blanca said very calmly, "In this world, only experts of divine descendants can practice magic and martial duel cultivation. Ian, if you hadn't grasped the true essence of magic, how could you practice magic and martial duel cultivation?" The weave enabled the Fesua Plains wizards to quickly cast various spells, but at the same time, it also made them forget the spells they memorized the day before, forcing them to memorize spells every day. Under such repetition, it was impossible for anyone to practice magic and martial duel cultivation. Among humans, only those of divine descendants who grasped the true essence of magic could practice magic and martial duel cultivation and become the world's pinnacle experts. Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "There are always some geniuses in this world, just like the legendary hero Salamander of the Empire 100 years ago. Wasn't he an ordinary commoner who practiced magic and martial duel cultivation, and eventually founded the Salamander family and made the Salamander family one of the Empire's most powerful families? The Fesua Plain had gods, as well as many precious extraordinary plants and extraordinary life forms called demonic beasts. There were also ruins of some ancient gods. The gods of the Fesua Plain had also fought fiercely with the Tsangji Plain's human warlocks, resulting in the fall of countless ancient gods. The current gods of the Fesua Plain had stepped on the corpses of the gods of the past to ascend to the position of gods. Many fierce divine wars broke out between the new gods, and they left behind many inheritances in the secular world. It was because of these fortuitous encounters that Salamander became a pinnacle expert who practiced magic and martial duel cultivation outside of divine descendants. He was a legendary hero of the Morince Empire and the founder of a greater aristocratic family. There were also human experts who practiced magic and martial duel cultivation outside of divine descendants. Of course, such people were very few in number. Although few, but they did exist. Therefore, Yang Feng wasn't worried about being accused of heresy, as he was a fanatic of the Weave Divine Order. Yang Feng got up and was about to leave, saying, "Anyone who pursues the true essence of magic blasphemes the Weave Goddess. Master Blanca, I can pretend that I didn't hear what you said today. Then, goodbye." Blanca suddenly grinned and said, "You're not a fanatic of the Weave Goddess." A calm look in his eyes, Yang Feng quietly looked at Blanca, not saying a word. Blanca analyzed calmly, "If you were a fanatic of the Weave Goddess, then when you heard the true essence of magic just now, you would have attacked me. I have seen many fanatics, and no matter the circumstances, as long as they hear profane language, they will go crazy. You didn't go crazy, but were very calm. Therefore, you're not a fanatic of the Weave Goddess." Yang Feng's heart suddenly shook slightly. He looked at Blanca, and his eyes couldn't help but flash with graveness. He had never been a believer of any god. It was only by relying on the robots of blasphemy that he deceived the Weave Goddess and became a fanatic of the Weave Divine Order. Blanca had set up a verbal trap from the very beginning, but Yang Feng wasn't aware of it. After all, Yang Feng wasn't a true fanatic. Blanca suddenly smiled and looked very gently at Yang Feng, "Don't think about killing me. In this room, no mortal is a match for me. Even the broken star sacred swordsman could only die in my room. The mighty demigod could only force me to flee in a sorry state. A legendary mage who was well prepared was undoubtedly an existence that was difficult to kill. Especially in the territory they had prepared for a long time." He was a legendary mage, and he had his own pride. An archwizard wanting to become his lord left him somewhat conflicted. Yang Feng said with a smile, "As long as you practice the true essence of magic that I impart to you, your lifespan will break through the human limit and you'll live for more than 1,000 years. As for me, I only need you to serve me for 200 years. After 200 years, I'll return you your freedom." Poira said gently, "Can I take a look at the true essence of magic that you've grasped first? I need to see with my own eyes whether that knowledge is worth 200 years of my life." Yang Feng smiled and flipped his hand, and a variety of spell model books appeared in front of him. Poira picked up a fireball spell model book and took a closer look. Suddenly, his complexion changed dramatically and he exclaimed, "How could this be? This is the spell model of fireball." No. No, what's the spell model I studied before? Half, no. 1/15, no, it's 1/20 to be exact. So the real spell model is so huge. How can such a complex spell model be released without the help of the weave? Soul seed, spirit sea, humans can actually condense a soul seed in their sea of knowledge? When Poira saw the books, his complexion changed continuously and filled with shock. He felt that his worldview was about to collapse. However, he still eagerly absorbed the knowledge contained in the books. As a legend wizard, Poira cultivated the most powerful meditation method on the Feisua plane. After decades of painstaking cultivation of advanced meditation methods, his spirit force was already close to that of Starry Sky Warlock rank experts. With formidable spirit force, Poira had a formidable memory. No matter what spell model it was, as long as he took a look at it, he would be able to memorize it. This way, he could quickly repeat the boring work of memorizing spell models every day, and then continue to meditate and study other spell models. On the Feisua plane, legend wizards were very rare, and every legend wizard was a genius among geniuses. If they were placed on the continent of the Tsangji plane and had the corresponding cultivation methods and resources, they could definitely practice cultivation until the Starry Sky Warlock rank. With a pained expression, Poira gave a long sigh. "This is the true essence of magic. Unfortunately, I learned of it too late. I don't have enough life force to condense a soul seed now." Poira's spirit force was comparable to that of a pinnacle great warlock rank expert, but condensing a soul seed required a strong life force. With his current weak body, it was very difficult for him to condense a soul seed and recultivate on the warlock path. Each apprentice warlock possessed a physique far superior to that of knight rank experts. When condensing a soul seed, they needed a strong life force to condense their soul and form a soul seed with infinite possibilities. Chapter 271. Yang Feng said with a smile, "I will give you 20% of the proceeds from the potion auction, and the remaining 80% will be used for the construction of the Magic College. To build a magic academy, one would need a huge amount of funds." Although Morince 2867 agreed to let Yang Feng establish a magic college on his own, but he wouldn't give him a single gold coin. Yang Feng could only rely on his own efforts. Funding was the biggest problem. Without enough gold coins, it was impossible to recruit mages as teachers. All kinds of magic experiment equipment, magic experiment materials, and so on required money. Garka also showed an excited smile. "Okay. Earl Ian, don't worry, I'll definitely let the entire St. Toulon city know about the potion auction." Although Garka had a lot of income every month as the sixth prince, he also spent a lot of money. The monthly salary of his subordinates alone was a figure that would make ordinary nobles speechless. More gold coins meant that he could recruit more subordinates. Yang Feng's eyes turned, and he said with a beaming smile, "I have a proposal. Your Highness, please release the news first, and then sell invitations. Each invitation will be sold for 200 gold coins, with a limit of 5,000. Garka was slightly startled and cried out involuntarily, "Selling invitations." In the Morince Empire, no one had ever organized an auction and sold invitations. In Garka's view, Yang Feng was crazy about money. "I am a grand potion master. Among the potions that I am preparing to auction, there is a potion that can restore one's youthful appearance for 18 days. Garka's eyes lit up. The potion that could restore one's youthful appearance for 18 days was definitely something that countless noblewomen would fight over. "There's also a potion like dragon's strength." Garka smiled. That was definitely a magic potion that great nobles liked. It's a magic potion that can allow one to ascend to the heavens in a single bound, directly advancing to become a knight. Garka's eyes lit up with excitement. Many knight families would definitely fight for such a potion. It's a magic potion that can allow a third-rank magic apprentice to break through the bottleneck in spiritual power and become an official magician. Garka's body trembled slightly, and his eyes flashed with excitement and greed. The existence of the weave made it difficult for the Feisua plane to produce wizards above the archwizard rank. However, the convenient magic net had given birth to countless magic apprentices. Official magicians weren't easy to recruit, but third-rank magic apprentices could be easily recruited. That potion that could allow third-rank magic apprentices to break through their bottleneck and become true magicians would definitely cause countless people to fight over it. Yang Feng said with a smile, with so many mystical potions being auctioned, is an invitation worth 200 gold coins? Garka laughed out loud. Worth it. It was so worth it. 200 gold coins was a huge amount of wealth for ordinary nobles, but it was nothing for those true nobles. Some of the nobles who were particular about luxury could spend thousands or even tens of thousands of gold coins on a single meal. With so many magical potions being auctioned, an invitation letter of 200 gold coins would definitely cause people to fight over it. In the back garden of a luxury villa in St. Talon City, a young man around 18 or 19 years old was practicing his swordsmanship. He had a focused expression and was very serious with every strike. A burly, bearded man looked at the young man with a hint of pity in his eyes. Stop. That's all for today. Just as the young man was drenched in sweat and was about to reach his limit, the bearded man called out. The young man heaved a sigh of relief and nearly collapsed to the ground. A beautiful maid walked over and handed a hot towel to the young man. The young man stared at the bearded man with a hopeful gaze and asked unhurriedly, Teacher Jay, do I really have no hope of cultivating qi? Jay smiled and changed the subject. Young Master Carl, you will inherit the salamander family in the future. Even if you're not a knight, there will still be countless knights serving you. Cultivating swordsmanship can be regarded as tempering your body. Carl had a look of unwillingness on his face. Somewhat deranged, he said loudly in pain, in that case, I really can't cultivate qi. I really can't accept it. My ancestor Salamander practiced magic and martial dual cultivation. The qi and magic passed down in the family are all top-notch cultivation methods in the world. Why can't I cultivate? Why? Jay's eyes glimmered with pity. He had watched Carl grow up. He knew how much blood, sweat, and tears Carl had put in to cultivate magic and martial arts. No matter when, Carl had never given up on cultivation. He was countless times more diligent than many aristocratic youngsters. However, Carl was congenitally deficient. Even if he had the world's top-notch cultivation methods, he still couldn't cultivate magic and martial arts. If nothing unexpected happened, he could only become a senior warrior in his life. The maid standing next to Carl suddenly said, Young master, I heard that a grandmaster pharmacist named Ian is about to hold a potion auction in the St. Talon City. In the potion auction, there are potions that can make people become knights, potions that can make people cultivate magic, and potions that can restore people's youth. What? There are potions that can make people become knights? Carl's eyes burst out with a bright light. He looked up at Jay with eyes full of hope and expectation, saying, Teacher Jay, is there really a potion that can make people become knights? Jay hesitated for a moment before saying hesitantly, the power of magic is extremely mysterious. Potions are also full of mysteries. Maybe there really is a potion that can make people become knights. Magic was a mysterious, vast, and profound existence. Even legend wizards didn't dare to say that they knew all magic. Although Jay was a sacred swordsman rank powerhouse, but he didn't know much about magic. Carl asked with a look of expectation, Jesse, how can I participate in the potion auction? Jessie hesitated for a moment before saying, I heard that the invitation card costs 200 gold coins and is limited to 5,000. Now the price of an invitation card has been raised to 300 gold coins. Carl said with a smile, Go and call the butler Luke. Jessie saluted and withdrew. Soon after, a shrewd and capable middle-aged man dressed in a butler's uniform with neatly combed hair came before Carl and said respectfully, Young Master Carl, what can I do for you? With the dignity of a superior, Carl said faintly, Go and get me 5 invitations for the potion auction held by Master Ian. Luke respectfully replied and retreated, Yes. Young Master. Chapter 272. Inside the residence of the 6th Prince. In a very good mood, Garka said with a hearty smile, Haha. Ian, we really made a fortune. A few trifling invitations were sold for 1 million gold coins. You're really good at making money. For 1 million gold coins, Garka could get 200,000 gold coins. At the same time, he also made use of the small invitations to earn a lot of favors. The St. Toulon city was filled with aristocrats and magnates. 5,000 invitations weren't enough for those people to fight over. Many greater aristocrats were a step late. Even if they had the money, they couldn't buy the invitations. They could only go to Garka and make a request to buy the invitations, making Garka owe them a lot of favors. Yang Feng picked up a glass, swirled the blood-like red wine inside, took a sip, and revealed a smile. Garka asked curiously, By the way, why only 5,000 invitations? Why not sell more? With the strength of the St. Toulon city, it wouldn't be a problem to sell 10,000, no, 30,000 invitations. There were less than 10 grand pharmacists in the Morin's Empire, 3 of which were in the Imperial Palace and served Morin's 2867th. Yang Feng was the only one who was willing to hold the potion auction. There were many rich people in the St. Toulon city. Even if 30,000 invitations were released, they could be easily sold. Yang Feng said with a smile, Rare things are precious. After the 5,000 invitations go through a competition, they will become even more famous. Those people will be more willing to spend a lot of money to compete for the invitations, and then spend even more money to compete for the potions I sell. Garka frowned slightly and said, That makes sense. However, 5,000 invitations are obviously not enough. Many people have come to me and expressed their intention to buy them. Some people have great backgrounds that even I can't afford to offend. Although Garka was the 6th prince of the empire and had a very noble status, but there were many people he couldn't afford to offend. Only when he sat on the throne would he be able to ignore most people. Yang Feng said faintly, If greater aristocrats, top magnates, and aristocrats close to us want them, then we'll give them to them. As for others, there's no need to give them. Garka pondered for a moment and smiled. That makes sense. As time went by, the entire St. Toulon city went crazy over the small invitation letter. The price of the invitation letter soared from 200 gold coins to 500 gold coins, and there was no market for it. The invitation to the potion auction had become a symbol of status. It was as if the person who had an invitation to the potion auction was a real big shot. 10 days later, in a large manor near the St. Toulon city. Luxurious carriages drove out of the St. Toulon city and entered the large manor. The ground of the large manor was covered with a layer of cement-like material, making it look very flat. The carriage didn't bump too much as it traveled. Near a lake that looked like an emerald, there were countless tables filled with all sorts of delicacies. Beautiful maids were shuttling back and forth. Near the tables stood well-dressed men and women. Outside of the St. Toulon city, any one of them would be a bigwig that countless people of the Morin's Empire would look up to. The bigwigs formed circles of 2s and 3s and chatted. Their conversations couldn't deviate from the topic of the various magic potions that might be auctioned at the potion auction. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. A handsome man with short blonde hair and a gentle smile on his face, followed by a man and a woman in martial attire, strode in. Your Highness the Third Prince. Some bigwigs from the Third Prince's faction went over and saluted the Third Prince Porta. They swiftly formed a small circle around Porta. The three princes politely greeted him. Even Sucre, who had pride written all over his face, wasn't rude. Grand Master Canales. Grand Master Canales is here. What Grand Master Canales? Where is he? When they heard the name Canales, the crowd was slightly taken aback at first, and then there was a stir at once. Everyone looked for the owner of the name with even more excited gazes. Canales, who had been famous for decades, was one of the most powerful grand pharmacists of the Morince Empire. He was also a legendary figure in the Morince Empire. With potions, he saved 2 legend wizards, killed 1 legend wizard, and killed 4 sacred swordsman rank powerhouses. His life was a legend, and he was one of the most legendary grand pharmacists of the Morince Empire. A somewhat short man, who looked to be in his 20s, had a very young face, but his eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. At a glance, he looked very contradictory. With an indifferent expression, he slowly walked over with his hands behind his back. Beside the short man followed a tall, handsome, and burly middle-aged man with dazzling blonde hair and a domineering aura. His every movement seemed to carry a bloody aura. On the left-hand side of the middle-aged man stood a handsome young man with an ordinary build, short red hair, and slightly red eyes. The depths of the eyes seemed to contain endless mysteries. Behind the 3 of them were over a dozen guards. Each of the guards exuded the aura of an expert. When Porta saw the 3 people, his heart shook, and his complexion changed dramatically. He said with difficulty, "André, he recruited Grandmaster Canales. Even the god of war's divine descendants have sided with him." That middle-aged man who exuded an iron-blooded aura was the Crown Prince, André. The short man on his right-hand side was Grand Pharmacist Canales, and the young man on his left-hand side was Geppetto, the first successor of the Barrios family, a divine descendant family left in the secular world by the god of war Barrios. The complexions of Garca's group of 3 people turned very unsightly. Generally speaking, divine descendants didn't participate in the struggle for imperial power of the Morince Empire. No matter who came to power, it was impossible to touch them without reason. However, nothing was absolute. There were also divine descendants who would participate in the struggle for imperial power for various reasons. Basically, people who got the support of divine descendants would rarely lose in the struggle for imperial power. André saw Garca's group of 4 at a glance. With his hands behind his back, he walked over. Along the way, the bigwigs of the Morince Empire couldn't help but take the initiative to part and make way for André, as if it was a matter of course. Chapter 273. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with admiration, as expected of the great Prince André. "You're really extraordinary." Garca and the other 3 princes were very outstanding, but compared to the great Prince André, they were like chickens compared to phoenixes. But the more brilliant André was, the more Yang Feng didn't want him to ascend to the throne. Otherwise, once he took control of the Morince Empire, it would become very difficult for Yang Feng to do anything. André walked over to them. "Big brother." When Porta's group of 4 saw the approaching André, they were polite with traces of politeness and fear. "You're Ian." André ignored Porta's group of 4, walked up to Yang Feng, and asked indifferently with a domineering air. Yang Feng replied in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, "I am Ian, your Highness André." André's eyes flashed with regret, and he said indifferently, "Very well, what a pity." Canales took a step forward, his indifferent eyes blossomed with a scorching light, and he said bluntly in a matter-of-fact tone, "I am Canales. Ian, take out all your potion formulas and give them to me. I don't care about what happened between you today." Yang Feng stared at Canales as if he was looking at an idiot and said indifferently, "Why should I give you potion formulas instead of you giving me your potion formulas?" Canales was slightly taken aback, then his eyes surged with endless anger and he said with a gloomy smile, "Fool. Originally, I only wanted your potion formulas. But now, because of your stupidity, I plan to make you my slave. I want to challenge you with potions. The loser will become the slave of the winner, and everything will be at the mercy of the winner. Yang Feng asked in reply, why should I agree to your challenge? Canales said with a cold smile, this is a fair challenge between pharmacists, which you can't refuse. If you refuse, I'll have the Weave Holy Order expel you so that you won't be able to enter any of the temples of the Weave Goddess to pray. For a pious fanatic, not being able to enter the temple of their god to pray was the most severe punishment. As a grand pharmacist, Canales had been famous for decades. His connections and influence were by far beyond what Yang Feng could compare with. Yang Feng said with a grave expression, you're too vicious. Canales laughed wildly, haha, it's useless. Hand over the potion formula you have, or have a potion duel with me and become my slave. You only have these two choices. Yang Feng uttered calmly, it seems that I have no choice. Canales arrogantly threw a golden contract scroll in front of Yang Feng. This is the highest level contract scroll of the Temple of the God of Contracts. Sign it. Garca's face changed dramatically, and he grabbed Yang Feng's right hand and shouted, Ian, don't sign it. I can use my power to prevent you from being expelled by the Weave Church. Canales sneered arrogantly. When the Pope of the Weave Divine sect was young, he was seriously injured and on the verge of death because of an accident. I saved his life with a potion, so he owes me a favor. Can your power compare to the Pope of the Weave Divine sect? Garca's face suddenly changed dramatically, and he fell silent. The headquarters of the Weave Divine sect wasn't in the Morince Empire. As the sixth prince of the empire, Garca indeed had some influence in the Weave Divine sect. However, he couldn't compare to the Pope of the Weave Divine sect. Canales was very arrogant, but he had the capital to be arrogant. In the decades since he became a grand pharmacist, who knows how many powerhouses he had made friends with. In some specific fields, his words were much more useful than those of many princes of the Morince Empire. Yang Feng was silent for a while. He carefully looked at the golden magic contract for a while. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he struggled free from Garca's hand and signed his name on it. After signing their names on the golden magic contract, the golden magic contract immediately ignited, turned into two golden specks of light, and entered the foreheads of Yang Feng and Canales respectively. Canales glanced at the dais set up for the potion auction and revealed a smile, saying, the dais in the center of the auction is really good. It's just suitable for our duel. Yang Feng replied, all right. The two people quickly arrived at the dais. Canales said lightly, the rules of the potion duel are that each person drinks a vial of potion and then thinks of a way to dispel the demonic nature of the potion. The one who can't help but concede defeat loses. Yang Feng nodded slightly and agreed with Canales. A duel between potion pharmacists wasn't carried out through magic, but by drinking the other party's potion and dispelling the demonic nature of the other party's potion. In a duel between potion pharmacists, a vial of potion would often decide the victor. Yang Feng said with a sincere expression, Grandmaster Canales, you're a famous grand pharmacist. In order to respect you, I'll concoct a vial of potion and let you drink it first. Canales said with a faint smile, respect the old and cherish the young, do you understand? If you want to respect me, then drink the potion I concocted first. In a duel between potion pharmacists, the one who drank the potion first would be at a complete disadvantage. Unless the gap in strength between the two parties was too great, the one who drank the other party's potion first would be at an absolute disadvantage. Yang Feng said with a smile, no. If I drink it first, then wouldn't it mean that I'm much stronger than you, Grandmaster? You should drink it first. Grandmaster, you're much stronger than me, so you can definitely dispel the demonic nature of my potion. Canales didn't budge an inch, saying, I'm indeed stronger than you, but the one who drinks the potion first is you. Andre walked over, clenched his fist, extended it in front of Yang Feng, and said overbearingly, there's 1 or 2 gold coins inside. Guess if it's 1 or 2 gold coins. If you guess correctly, Grandmaster Canales will drink first. If not, you will drink first. Yang Feng pondered for a moment and said, 2. Andre slowly spread open his hand, letting everyone see clearly that there was only 1 gold coin in his hand. Andre said lightly, you drink first. Yang Feng said lightly, okay. Canales silently recited an incantation and waved his hand. Magic radiances flickered, and huge tables strangely appeared on the ground. The tables were filled with all kinds of strange medicinal materials. Canales' eyes flashed with a touch of fanaticism, and he said with an excited smile, there are 3,000 kinds of medicinal materials here. I know that you haven't prepared anything. Let's use the 3,000 kinds of medicinal materials here to refine a potion and have a good fight. During a democalypse before the Battle of the Gods, many great demons died tragically due to the punishment of potion corruption. Reportedly, in order to wipe out human potion pharmacists, the fiends launched an attack and eventually wiped them out. The punishment of potion corruption had been lost in the secular world. Canales actually recovered the punishment of potion corruption from an ancient potion formula, which was simply heaven-defying. Garca's complexion turned extremely pale, and his eyes flashed with a faint glint of despair. The fallen punishment potion could even poison demonic creatures like the great devils to death. It was even more impossible for a human demigod to resist such a cruel poison. Yang Feng couldn't resist such a ferocious potion either. The gazes of Porta and the other 2 princes were very complicated, but there was also a trace of joy mixed in between. After Yang Feng joined Garca's sphere of influence, Garca's power expanded rapidly. Porta and the other 2 princes naturally concealed a lot of dissatisfaction. Canales said with a haughty smile, surrender, Ian. I've only completed half of the antidote to the punishment of potion corruption. After you drink the potion, even if I save you in time, you'll still become a terrible monster. It's not too late to surrender. Gazes full of pity focused on Yang Feng, as if they were looking at a dead man. Garca struggled for a while, then opened his mouth slightly, and then fell silent. Compared to the outcome of Yang Feng becoming Canales' slave, he was more willing to see Yang Feng poisoned to death by the punishment of the potion corruption. Elena had an unbearable expression on her face. After hesitating for a while, she finally spoke and advised, Ian, forget it, admit defeat. Porta and the other 2 princes remained silent. Under the attentive gazes, Yang Feng pondered for a while, then took out a vial of potion and drank it in 1 gulp. Canales sneered and spat out a word, fool. There was no medicine that could prevent the punishment of the potion corruption in advance. Only gods or demigod powerhouses with extremely high poison resistance might be able to resist its ferocious potion power. Yang Feng took a step forward, grabbed the potion depravity punishment, and poured it into his mouth in 1 breath. The moment the potion, corruption punishment entered his mouth, countless liquid nanorobots quickly condensed, forming a channel that firmly wrapped around the potion and flowed towards his stomach. Hiss! Hiss! Along with hammering sounds, the potion corruption began to frantically corrode the channel formed by the liquid metal nanorobots. The magic potion corruption punishment could only be contained in a special magical metal beaker. Otherwise, even steel could be easily corroded. Yang Feng's complexion changed greatly. He instantly erupted with Star Knight rank chi, and Warlock rank life force inside him surged madly, nourishing the liquid metal nanorobots. The physical constitution of a level 3 warlock is really amazing. Worthy of being a grand pharmacist. Yang Feng carefully looked at Canales. In his right eye, countless data surged, quickly scanning and analyzing Canales' physical condition. At a glance, he saw that after Canales drank the dozen vials of elixirs, his life force was stimulated, and he climbed to the pinnacle level 3 warlock realm in 1 fell swoop. Of course, Canales only used the power of the magic potions to possess a pinnacle level 3 warlock's physical constitution for a short period of time. After the potion's effect passed, he would return to his original state. But until then, the pinnacle level 3 warlock's physical constitution could allow him to resist the erosion of many kinds of magic potions. Canales grabbed the dragon's corruption. His right hand trembled slightly, and he stared at the dragon's corruption with both excitement and fear. Excitement because he could see a new ancient magic potion, and fear because the ancient magic potion could take his life at any time. Canales grabbed the dragon's corruption, then suddenly looked up at Yang Feng and said, "Ian, I don't want to die. If I can't resist the dragon's corruption, then please save me. I still want to study more magic potions. Having a potion master as your slave should be very useful to you." The eyes of Andre and his party flashed with a gloomy glint. Garca, on the other hand, had a smile on his face, and his mouth was grinning from ear to ear. Porta and the other 2 princes were very calm, but their eyes flashed with a touch of complex emotions. The addition of a grand pharmacist to Garca's subordinates had already made Garca's reputation soar. If Canales, a grand pharmacist who had been famous for decades, also joined Garca's subordinates, then Garca's power would be even greater. Canales was a grand pharmacist who had been famous for decades, and even the Pope of the Weave Holy Order had received his kindness. Who knew how many powerhouses had owed him favors? Yang Feng said with a smile, "All right. If you can't resist the power of the magic potion, then extend your thumb and I'll save you." Canales gave a gratified smile. Looking at the dragon's corruption, his eyes flickered with excitement and fear, and he swallowed the dragon's corruption. Once the dragon's corruption entered his stomach, Canales quickly poured vials of magic potions that had been prepared beforehand into his mouth. In less than a second, Canales' complexion changed dramatically, and he slumped to the ground. With a cry, he spat out a large amount of blood mixed with countless elixirs. He struggled painfully, and at the same time, he extended his thumb with difficulty. The dragon's corruption could even poison dragons to death. Even though Canales was the most outstanding grand pharmacist of the Morin's Empire, but he still couldn't resist such a terrifying magic potion. Yang Feng immediately stepped forward and poured a vial of the white magic potion into Canales' mouth. After Canales drank the vial of the white magic potion, his complexion recovered a little. He gritted his teeth and said faintly, "I concede." The moment Canales conceded, the bigwigs of the Morin's Empire revealed complex expressions. They had witnessed the fall of a legend and the birth of another legend. Andre took a step forward, and a domineering aura diffused from him. He stared at Yang Feng and said solemnly, "Earl Ian, I'm willing to use the Marquisdom of Giza in exchange for the freedom of Grand Master Canales. Please give him back his freedom." Marquisdom. As expected of His Highness the Great Prince. To use a hereditary Marquisdom in exchange for the freedom of Grand Master Canales, His Highness the Great Prince is really benevolent and righteous. The bigwigs of the Morin's Empire praised sincerely, and at the same time, were filled with envy. A hereditary marquisdom was something that many human sacred swordsmen couldn't obtain even after struggling for a lifetime. In order to become a hereditary baron, the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius joined Yang Feng and worked for him. A hereditary marquis could even tempt some legendary mages. After Canales drank a few vials of elixirs and recovered his vigor, he sighed slowly and said faintly, "Since I lost, then from today on, I am Sir Ian's slave." "Andre, you don't have to waste a marquisdom to plead for me." Yang Feng said with a smile, "That's right, Your Highness Andre. Although Grand Master Canales is my slave, but I won't treat him as a slave, but as my research partner, a partner in potions research." Canales was a Grand Master pharmacist. Just his ability to refine potions was enough to make Yang Feng look at him in a different light. Anyone with a bit of brains wouldn't treat a Grand Master pharmacist like Canales as a slave. Andre suddenly smiled and beckoned domineeringly, "Garca isn't a wise ruler. Ian, I appreciate you very much. As long as you join me, I can have the Hansen family no longer pursue the matter between you and the Hansen family. Besides, as long as you join me, and I can ascend to the throne in the future, I won't let anyone meddle in the affairs of the Red Earth wasteland. Garka's complexion suddenly changed dramatically. He was well aware of the relationship between him and Andre. Andre now solicited Yang Feng in front of everyone and offered such generous conditions. Once Yang Feng accepted, Garka's force would suffer a huge blow. Yang Feng said with a smile, "I'm very sorry. I'm also very impressed by your demeanor, Your Highness. Unfortunately, I have already joined His Highness Garka, so I can only refuse your good intentions." If Yang Feng was an aboriginal of the Feisua Plain, he might have already chosen to join Andre. However, he came here from the Tsangji Plain in order to become a god in the starry sky. Joining Andre's subordinates wasn't in line with Yang Feng's interests. It's a pity. However, my door is always open to you. Please consider it carefully. Andre didn't get angry. Instead, his eyes flashed with appreciation, and he turned around and took his subordinates away. This vial of Night's Praise can also help knights break through the bottleneck of the Sky Knight, Firmament Knight, and even Star Knight realms. This is definitely a tribute left by the mighty gods to knights in the secular world. The starting price of this Knight's Praise is 10,000 gold coins, and each increment must be no less than 1,000 gold coins. 30,000 gold coins. Kath's words had just fallen, when Karl, the young master of the Salamander family, immediately shouted impatiently. The potion Knight's Praise was a potion that he absolutely couldn't give up, 31,000 gold coins. After a moment of silence, the bigwigs began to exert their strength and quickly raised the price of the potion Knight's Praise. The potion Knight's Praise was definitely a potion that powerhouses who wholeheartedly pursued the pinnacle of martial Dao yearned to obtain. The potion Knight's Praise might be able to bribe a firmament knight with a very high status. For these bigwigs, it was definitely a cost-effective deal. The price of the potion Knight's Praise quickly broke through the 100,000 gold coins mark, and it continued to rise. Only when it reached 300,000 gold coins did it stop slightly, and the competition slowed down. After all, while the potion Knight's Praise could guarantee the promotion to a knight rank powerhouse, but it couldn't guarantee the promotion to a star knight. If it was a potion that could guarantee the promotion to a star knight rank powerhouse, then the price would definitely exceed several million gold coins, 400,000 gold coins. When the price of the potion Knight's Praise reached 350,000 gold coins, Karl's eyes turned bloodshot, and he shouted a sky-high price, shocking everyone in one fell swoop. 400,000 gold coins going once. Kath looked around, paused for a moment, smiled sweetly, and maintained a certain rhythm, 400,000 gold coins going twice, 400,000 gold coins going thrice, sold. Karl immediately strode forward, took out 4 cash checks with a face value of 100,000 gold coins, handed them to Kath, grabbed the bottle of potion Knight's Praise, and drank it on the spot. An incomparably powerful life force immediately pervaded Karl's body and flowed in accordance with the meridians of his family's fighting chi. It broke through many powerful barriers and stimulated the vitality of his body. An incomparably powerful fighting chi directly gushed out of his body. The eyes of an extraordinary firmament knight shimmered gravely, and he said solemnly, "Great knight. This is the chi cultivation base of a great knight." Great knight, Karl, the only heir of the Salamander family, was born unable to cultivate chi, yet he has now become a great knight. What a powerful potion! Amazing, what an amazing potion, worthy of being the product of a grandmaster pharmacist. Many envious and jealous gazes were focused on Karl. The fact that the only heir of the Salamander family was unable to cultivate martial arts and magic had spread in the upper class. After seeing Karl's physical condition, all the martial arts experts determined that he could not become a knight rank powerhouse. But today, a bottle of potion solved everything. Similarly, due to the weave and the ancient inheritance method of wizards, the number of wizards had always been very small. The Saint Toulon city was the capital of the Morince Empire, which was why wizards were so common. In some remote cities, it would be very difficult to find a wizard. The status of an official wizard was also very high. In the Morince Empire, the status of an official wizard was comparable to that of an aristocrat, and they enjoyed many privileges enjoyed by aristocrats. This was also an opportunity for many commoners to stand out. Many greater aristocrats had multiple children, but only the first-in-line heir could inherit their title, territory, and most of their property. The rest of the children could generally only get a meager share of the property, and then fend for themselves. When the greater aristocrats heard that a magic college was about to be established, they keenly stared at the positions of the students in the magic college. Once a wizard emerged in their family, not only would it enhance the competitiveness of their family, but their children would also have a better future. After Yang Feng announced the news, he turned around and walked down the dais. One after another, bigwigs of the Morince Empire surrounded Becky. A rather handsome middle-aged man with a mustache on the corners of his mouth came up to Becky and asked with a gentle expression, "Little Becky, why haven't you come to my house to play lately? Lisa misses you very much." Becky looked at the middle-aged man, and astonishment flashed past the abyss of her eyes. Uncle Edwin. In the past, Becky often went to Lisa's house to play. Every time she saw Edwin, she could feel the deep pride and faint disdain hidden behind his politeness. After growing up, Becky realized that Edwin didn't want his daughter to associate with a commoner's daughter. Even if it was a human sacred swordsman, as long as they didn't have a high position and held great power in the Morince Empire's imperial court, although the greater aristocrats respected them on the surface and wouldn't offend them, but deep down, they didn't care about the sacred swordsman. Ordinary human sacred swordsmen wouldn't be invited to attend gatherings of the upper class. Now that Edwin took the initiative to approach Becky in a very humble manner, Becky couldn't help but have a slightly peculiar feeling inside her. One after another, bigwigs of the Morince Empire approached Becky, wanting to find out from her what kind of existence the magic college that Yang Feng was about to establish was. Surrounded by the bigwigs of the Morince Empire, Becky's vanity was greatly satisfied, and then she explained the situation that Yang Feng told her to the bigwigs of the Morince Empire. What happened at the potion auction quickly spread throughout the Saint Toulon city through various channels, causing a sensation in the entire city. Chapter 278. Beth took the piece of black bread, which was harder than wood, and soaked it in clean water for a while. After it softened, she picked up the piece of black bread and nibbled on it like a weasel. "Beth, I heard that the court Grand Master Ian will open a magic college in the Saint Toulon city. As long as you are 10 years old or older, you can go to the magic college to study. If your magic aptitude is strong enough, you can waive the tuition fee and get a monthly subsidy of 3 silver coins to 1 gold coin. I've already taken the aptitude test, so I want to give it a try." Arthur slowly extended his hands. Except for his 10 fingers, the rest of his hands were covered with injuries. Whip marks and knife wounds were everywhere on his arms. As a thief who mingled at the bottom of society, Arthur struggled alone in the slums with his younger sister, so it was normal for him to get injured. In the Morince Empire, once a thief was caught on the spot, it was very normal for them to be beaten. If they had poor eyesight and stole from an aristocrat, they might be beaten to death if they were discovered by the aristocrat. Arthur saw with his own eyes a thief who stole money from an aristocrat. After being caught by the aristocrat, the thief was beaten to death and thrown into a smelly ditch. No one dared to care about it. Arthur was once caught on the spot for stealing and was brutally tortured, which was why he was covered in injuries. Beth raised her head and looked at Arthur with a look of admiration, saying, "Big brother, you're the best. I believe you can become a wizard." Arthur's eyes flickered with an intelligent glint, and he said solemnly, "Let's go together. In this way, even if only one of us can join the magic college, our fate can be changed." Beth's eyes flashed with fear, and she whispered, "But, big brother, isn't it dangerous outside?" Not long ago, Gina was taken away. In the slums, beautiful little girls were also very dangerous. Once they were discovered, the gangs would take action and capture those little girls. They would either be sold or become prostitutes, and their lives would be ruined. Arthur was careful because he didn't want people to know that he had a beautiful younger sister. That would be a great disaster for both of them. Put on this set of clothes, let's go. Arthur threw a black robe that could completely cover a person's body to Baisha and said in a deep voice. Beth put on the black robe, which was obviously a lot longer, and was immediately covered by the black robe. The lower half of the robe directly dragged on the ground. Arthur opened the door and stuck his head out. After looking around for a while, he waved his hand and stepped out of the room. Beth walked out of the room and followed behind Arthur like a small tail. Arthur and Beth carefully shuttled through the streets and alleys of the slums, avoiding the eyes of all kinds of people. After crossing one street after another, Arthur took Beth to a place that was only one street away from leaving the slums. "Arthur, where do you want to go?" Suddenly, a loud voice sounded from the side. A thin middle-aged man with a haggard face walked out from the side and blocked the path of Arthur and his sister. He looked down at Arthur and his sister and sneered. When Arthur saw the middle-aged man, his pupils constricted slightly and his eyes flashed with fear. With a flick of his wrist, a dagger appeared in his right hand. The middle-aged man's real name was Tim, and he was nicknamed Poison Dog in the slums. He was a member of the notorious Black Poker Gang, whose main business was human trafficking. Many young girls from the slums were captured by them and sold to the nobles, or directly sold to the brothels. Everyone in the slums hated Poison Dog and his gang, but they couldn't do anything about them. As long as the people in the Black Poker Gang didn't leave the slums and harass the civilians and aristocrats in the St. Toulon City, the Imperial Guard wouldn't be dispatched to wipe them out. With a gloomy expression, Arthur uttered word by word, "Tim, I want to go out, get out of the way." In the slums, you must learn to be tough and not let people see that you are timid. Otherwise, countless dogs will pounce on you and tear you to pieces. Tim smiled contemptuously. With a flick of his wrist, a dagger spun in his hand as if it had a life of its own, and then he grasped it in a reverse grip. "Little bastard, you dare to play with a knife in front of me? How stupid, don't you know that there are no more than 3 people here who can play with a knife better than me?" Tim licked his lips in a perverted manner and said with an excited smile, "The one next to you is your sister, Beth. Her good friend, Gina, confessed everything under my crotch yesterday." Beth's petite body trembled slightly and she bit her lip tightly. She didn't expect Gina, whom she regarded as a good friend, to betray her. Arthur's face twitched slightly, and he said loudly, "Tim, we are going to the magic college built by Master Ian to study magic. Master Ian has ordered that no one is to stop us from going to the magic college to take the aptitude test. Do you want to be enemies with Master Ian?" Tim's expression changed slightly. He hesitated for a moment, then his eyes flashed with determination and killing intent, and he said coldly, "Unfortunately, you're too slow. Originally, I only wanted to capture your sister, have some fun with her, and then sell her. It seems that I can only kill you and your sister now. Otherwise, when you learn magic and come back to retaliate against me, won't I have no choice but to die? Besides, as long as I kill you now and throw you into a stinking ditch, who will know that you want to go to the magic college to study? You lowly commoner, you are truly courageous. You actually dare to disobey Lord Ian's orders." A contemptuous voice sounded from the side, and a middle-aged man wearing a black magician robe walked over, escorted by a knight covered in heavy armor. Behind the magician and the knight followed a burly middle-aged man, who was blind in one eye and wore a black eye patch, and had a gloomy expression. Behind the middle-aged man were more than a dozen burly men. When Tim saw the one-eyed man, his expression changed greatly, and he cried out involuntarily, "Boss!" The one-eyed man, who was blind in one eye, was the boss of the Black Poker Club in the slums, Cyclops. His fierce reputation could make anyone in the slums tremble. Cyclops' expression changed greatly, and he roared with some exasperation, "Bastard, put down the dagger." With a flip of Tim's hand, the dagger disappeared. The middle-aged magician said indifferently, "Band, what did I tell you? Did you ignore Master Ian's orders?" Cyclops, with a fawning expression, nodded and bowed. "My lord, this lowly one wouldn't dare. When I go back, I'll definitely teach Tim a good lesson." "No. When I go back, I'll teach him a good lesson and let everyone know the consequences of disobeying my lord's orders." Arthur looked at the fawning appearance of Cyclops, and he simply couldn't believe his eyes. In front of everyone, Band had always been tyrannical and insufferably arrogant. But now, in front of the middle-aged magician, he was as meek as a dog. For the first time, Arthur truly realized the weight of the word magician. Teach him a good lesson. "You lowly things, for disobeying my lord's orders, you can only atone for your crimes with death." The middle-aged magician smiled coldly and silently recited an incantation. Then, he pointed at Tim. A fireball suddenly appeared, turned into a stream of light, and slammed into Tim. "Ah!" Tim issued miserable screams, and turned into a flaming man shrouded in flames. He struggled in pain, and then turned into a charred corpse that fell to the ground. When the gang members inside the black poker cards saw this scene, they felt sympathy for the death of a rabbit, and glared at the middle-aged magician. The arrogant middle-aged magician swept the gang members inside the black poker cards with a contemptuous glance, and said coldly, "Are you unconvinced?" The knight guarding in front of the middle-aged magician instantly erupted with great knight rank chi, intimidating the gang members inside the black poker cards. A grand knight-level powerhouse, alone, could completely kill all the gang members in the black poker cards. His face covered in sweat, Cyclops' Band nodded and bowed. "No, no. My lord did well, well done." The gang members inside the black poker cards lowered their heads, not daring to look the middle-aged magician in the eye. The middle-aged magician said indifferently, "If there is another incident where someone goes to the magic college to take the aptitude test is intercepted, then there will be no need for your black poker cards to exist. When my lord gets angry, you lowly things will become corpses in the gutter." "Understood." Cyclops' Band nodded and bowed at once. "Yes. Yes. I understand. No one will dare to disobey Grand Master Ian's orders. If anyone dares to disobey, I'll be the first to kill him." In the slums, gangs like the black poker cards are insufferably arrogant. But in the eyes of the real bigwigs, they are ant-like existences. So long as a greater aristocrat sends a few knight-rank powerhouses, they can wipe out gangs like the black poker cards. It's just that no one is willing to do so. Every year, these black poker cards would be secretly offered to some great nobles to obtain their protection. However, the black poker cards are also very clear that once those bigwigs really decide to move against them, their backers will never contend against other bigwigs for them. Chapter 279. Arthur arrived in front of the middle-aged wizard and thanked him respectfully. "Sir, my name is Arthur, and this is my younger sister, Beth. Thank you very much for your help." Beth bowed slightly, saluted the middle-aged wizard, and said respectfully, "Thank you, sir." The middle-aged wizard swept Arthur and Beth with a glance and said with a trace of lofty and vague disdain, "No need to thank me. I was just carrying out Sir Ian's orders. Let's go." The middle-aged wizard left behind a few words, then strode out of the slums with the knight-rank bodyguard. He didn't want to stay a minute longer in the filthy and stinky slums. Arthur also felt the disdain hidden in the middle-aged wizard's words. He understood at once that the middle-aged wizard was only carrying out Master Ian's orders, and didn't have any goodwill towards the siblings. Arthur was very clever. He followed the middle-aged wizard with his younger sister and quickly left the slums. The man with the black poker cards didn't dare to look for trouble with Arthur, and could only watch him leave the slums with his younger sister. As soon as Arthur left the slums with his younger sister, they headed west of the St. Talon city. After crossing one street after another, a huge and luxurious college covering an area of more than 300 hectares appeared in front of Arthur and his younger sister. This huge college covering an area of more than 300 hectares was the magic college that Yang Feng spent a huge sum of money to build. The huge magic college had 4 gates. Numerous luxurious carriages gathered at the east gate, and many young men and women dressed in aristocratic attire formed circles of various sizes at the east gate. Arthur glanced at the east gate, then quickly turned around and took his younger sister to the north gate of the magic college. At the north gate of the magic college, numerous commoners and impoverished youngsters dressed in ordinary clothes lined up in a long line. All the youngsters came to the front gate of Yang Feng's magic college with the dream of changing their fate, eager to enter. As long as the children of aristocrats had money and were willing to donate a large sum of money, and their cultivation aptitude wasn't too bad, they would be directly recruited into the magic college. As for the commoners and impoverished youngsters, if their aptitude for magic cultivation was extraordinary, they would be exempted from tuition fees, and would be subsidized a certain amount of money every month to let them practice magic. The north gate of the magic college was a door of hope for commoners and impoverished youngsters to come into contact with the world of magic. Every time the north gate of the magic academy opened, 200 to 300 commoners and impoverished youths would rush in. Not long after, those commoners and impoverished youths would walk out, and most of them had disappointed looks on their faces. Every time they came out, only 1 or 2 youngsters would have an excited look on their faces, wishing that they could let everyone know that they had passed. More often than not, the youngsters would have gloomy looks on their faces after coming out. The huge crowd quickly decreased, but at the same time, the number of youngsters also increased. Slowly, many youngsters appeared behind Arthur and his younger sister. A few hours later, it was finally Arthur and his younger sister's turn. They followed the 200 youngsters into the north gate of the magic college and entered a spacious room engraved with countless mysterious magic runes. Inside the room sat a middle-aged magician with a rigid appearance. He snapped his fingers, and the entire room instantly became dark and devoid of light. Seeing that the room had become dark and without light, the youths all panicked and started to make a ruckus. Arthur stood in front of Beth and pulled out his dagger, a vigilant look on his face. The middle-aged wizard barked majestically, "Keep quiet and don't talk. Otherwise, get out at once." When they heard the words of the middle-aged wizard, the youngsters quietened down. This was an opportunity to change their fate, so they couldn't let it go. The middle-aged wizard silently recited an incantation and pointed with his finger, and a magic radiance lit up in a magic crystal ball in front of him. In the room, magic runes lit up, and strange magic fluctuations enveloped the youngsters in the room. Light of different degrees rose from the youngsters. Most of the youngsters were very dim, while the light emitted from Arthur and Beth was like a small and a big sun, suppressing the light emitted from the other youngsters. Geniuses. 2 geniuses, great, I actually found 2 geniuses. The middle-aged mage was filled with excitement as he looked at the 2 dazzling suns, one small and one large. His voice was trembling as he spoke. "I must report this to Sir." The middle-aged wizard took out a communications crystal and poured a tremendous amount of spirit force into it. Yang Feng's indifferent yet majestic voice came from the magic crystal. "What's the matter, Fitz?" Fitz said respectfully, "Sir Dean, I found 2 geniuses, no, 2 peerless geniuses. They should be youngsters of commoner or slum background." "Peerless geniuses? Interesting, I'm coming." Yang Feng's voice disappeared from the magic crystal. Not long after, a white light shone, and the whole room was suddenly enveloped in endless light. The gazes of the youngsters were attracted by the light source, and they saw Yang Feng, shrouded in a sacred radiance and full of majesty, walk out of the light like a god walking in the secular world. As soon as Yang Feng walked out, he saw the 2 children, Arthur and Beth, exuding a small and a big sun-like radiance. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with joy, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. "I really picked up a treasure." Judging from the magic radiance exuded by Arthur and Beth, Arthur had a superior level, 6 soul aptitude, while Beth, the little girl, had an intermediate level, 7 soul aptitude. They were both geniuses on the warlock path and on the magic path. Warlock cultivation was very similar to magic cultivation, except that warlock's secret methods cultivated both physical constitution and spirit force at the same time. Compared to the Feisua Plains meditation methods that specialized in spirit force, warlock's secret methods were more than a notch stronger. As long as these two geniuses were carefully polished, they would blossom with resplendent light. I am Ian, the dean of this magic college. What are your names? Yang Feng walked towards Arthur and Beth. Along the way, the youngsters in front of him were slowly pushed aside by a gentle force, making way for him to reach in front of Arthur and Beth. Arthur looked up at Yang Feng and said loudly with excitement, "My name is Arthur, and this is my younger sister, Beth." Yang Feng said with a gentle smile, "Arthur, Beth, I want to take you in as my disciples. Are you willing?" Filled with excitement, Arthur smartly pulled his younger sister to prostrate on the ground and said respectfully, "We are willing, we are very willing. Sir Dean, please accept us as your disciples." In a magic college, any wizard could scold the #1 big shot of the slums, the one-eyed dragon Band, like a dog. Band didn't dare to let out a fart. For such a bigwig like the dean of a magic college to personally accept disciples, Arthur was well aware of what it meant. At the same time, he didn't dare to be arrogant, for fear of missing this opportunity. Yang Feng said with a satisfied smile, "Get up." A gentle force shrouded Arthur and Beth, allowing them to stand up. Gazes of envy and jealousy came from the side. Arthur could clearly feel the envy and jealousy of the youngsters around him. Even the middle-aged mage had a look of envy in his eyes. He knew that Arthur's fate would change drastically from now on. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a white light shrouded him and Arthur and his younger sister. With a flash of light, the three of them disappeared from the room. The middle-aged wizard's gaze fell on the youngsters in the room and he said indifferently, "You are all unqualified and don't qualify for scholarships. Go back." Even if aristocratic youngsters had poor aptitude, but after paying a huge sum of money, they were still eligible to enter Yang Feng's magic college to study magic. As for commoner and slum youngsters, only geniuses could enter the magic college to study magic knowledge. Yang Feng couldn't change this aristocratic supremacy custom, nor did he want to change it. After all, to maintain the operation of a magic college, a lot of money was needed. Without the huge sum of money from aristocratic youngsters, the magic college wouldn't be able to operate. After all, the magic college didn't have the financial support of the Morince Empire. The youngsters in the room could only leave the room with a look of disappointment on their faces. In another luxuriously decorated room, there was a flash of light, and Yang Feng appeared with Arthur and his younger sister. Dressed in a Cyan warrior's attire, looking very capable and refreshing, Becky came up to Yang Feng and said respectfully, "Sir." These days, Becky had been working for Yang Feng. She had slowly shed her young miss temperament, become very capable, and become a qualified secretary. Yang Feng said lightly, "Becky, the two of them are my disciples henceforth. Take them away and let them learn the rules." Becky looked at Arthur and Beth with some envy, and then said respectfully to Yang Feng, "Yes, sir." There was a flash of light, and Yang Feng disappeared from where he stood. Becky looked at Yang Feng's disappearing back with a look of longing in her eyes. She turned around and said full of dignity, "My name is Becky. You can call me Big Sister Becky. Now come with me, I'll teach you the rules here." Arthur said very cleverly, "Yes, Big Sister Becky." Beth followed suit and said, "Yes, Big Sister Becky." Chapter 280. The Magic College had yet to officially open, but Yang Feng had already found more than 30 youngsters with inferior level 6 soul aptitudes among the commoners and slum youngsters, and 8 youngsters with inferior level 6 soul aptitudes among the lesser aristocrats and ordinary aristocrats. There were also about 500 youngsters with superior level 5 soul aptitudes. Among them, the youngsters with superior level 5 soul aptitudes who agreed to join the Miracle City were exempted from all tuition fees and received a monthly stipend. The other youngsters had to pay a huge tuition fee in order to be eligible for admission. Yang Feng's first enrollment was scheduled to be more than 1,300 youngsters. About 1,000 youngsters paid gold coins to enroll. Another 300 youngsters were exempted from all tuition fees and received a monthly stipend. Of course, after they finished their studies, they would become exclusive wizards of the Miracle City. Yang Feng opened the Magic College in order to nurture a large number of wizards for the Miracle City. The aristocratic youngsters who paid the tuition fees were enrolled on one hand to give greater aristocrats face, and on the other hand to realize a virtuous cycle of the Magic College. Magic cultivation required the consumption of a large number of precious materials. Without enough money, it was impossible to study magic. Many wizards sought refuge with greater aristocrats or the imperial court in order to get enough money to study and research magic. There were relatively few wandering wizards on the Feisua Plain. Besides, the cultivation base and knowledge of wandering wizards were generally much weaker than those of wizards who sought refuge with major forces. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and 3 months passed. After staying in the Saint Toulon city for a month, the great Prince André returned to the Southern Army. After all, he was the commander-in-chief of an army, so he couldn't easily leave the barracks. The magnificent Magic College was finally completed under the watchful eyes of the forces of the Saint Toulon city. With the completion of the Magic College, the funds raised from the potions auctioned by Yang Feng at the potion convention were almost completely depleted, leaving less than 1 million gold coins. On the day of the unveiling ceremony of the Magic College, countless bigwigs gathered in the Saint Toulon city from all directions to participate in the unveiling ceremony in order to establish a relationship with Yang Feng. The Magic College was the first magic college in the Morin's Empire that specialized in nurturing wizards. It provided education regardless of background. As long as one had money and aristocratic status, no matter how poor their aptitude was, they could enroll in the Magic College after donating a large sum of money. Many nobles and wealthy merchants flocked to such an academy. After all, in the past, if the children of greater aristocrats didn't have magic talent, wizards wouldn't recruit them as disciples, let alone teach them magic knowledge. The children of magnates, on the other hand, didn't even have access to magic. Now that the Magic Academy was built, even the poor had the opportunity to enter and study. Naturally, it attracted the attention of countless wealthy merchants. Countless aristocrats and magnates came from all directions of the Morin's Empire in order to establish a relationship with Yang Feng. In the future, their children could become the second batch of students of the Magic College and learn magic knowledge. Dressed in a black wizard robe, Yang Feng was followed by Barros and 4 great wizards. Yang Feng chose his subordinates, the 13th Magic Brigade's wizards, to be the teachers of this magic college. Sir, use wizards you, Wizard Magic College, you, 13, I said. Wizards 2 Wizards 7 10 Master. The Great, Wizards, 1 at. Chapter 281. When he heard that, Morin's 867th's face sank at once. Ever since he ascended the throne, fewer and fewer people dared to contradict him. In the last 20 years, no one dared to contradict him. Now that Elena dared to contradict him, he felt very unhappy, and his eyes flashed gloomily. Karil smiled faintly. Staring at Elena, he revealed a seemingly gentle, yet threatening smile and said, Your Highness, in the Morin's Empire, everything belongs to His Majesty the Emperor. This Magic Academy was also permitted by His Majesty the Emperor, and under the great will of His Majesty the Emperor, it appeared in this world through Ian's hands. His Majesty's will is above all else, understand? When Elena saw Karil's smile, her pretty face changed, and fear welled up inside her. She took a few steps back and fell silent. Morin's 2867th was licentious and lecherous. In addition to the 2 empresses and 4 concubines, he had many women and gave birth to many descendants. Some beautiful princesses who were doted on by Morin's 2867th would suddenly disappear, yet Morin's 2867th didn't ask about the disappearance of the princesses. When she thought of this, Elena shuddered. A look of ridicule in his eyes, Morin's 2867th stared at Yang Feng and sneered, "Ian, what are you thinking? Do you want to go against my will?" Gazes full of pity, schadenfreude, curiosity, ridicule, and other emotions focused on Yang Feng. Yang Feng said with a smile, "Your Majesty, no one in the secular world dares to go against your will, and I am no exception. However, according to the rules of the magic world, only the strongest can become the ruler of a magic institution like the Magic College. Your Majesty, you are wise and valiant, an emperor appointed by the gods of ambition. It is only right and proper for you to assume the position of Dean of the Magic College. As for Master Kirill, if you want to become the first Deputy Dean of the Magic College, you must defeat me to convince the masses. Your Majesty, please allow me and Master Kirill to compete for the position of Deputy Dean of the Magic College in a fair fight." Morin's 2867th contemplated for a while, then looked at Kirill and asked faintly, "Kirill, what do you think?" Kirill swept Yang Feng with a glance, his eyes flashed with contempt, and he sneered, "Since Master Ian challenged me, then how can I refuse? I'll give Master Ian some pointers and let him understand the rules of the magic world." Morin's 2867th laughed heartily and said, "Haha, good. Kirill, teach Ian a good lesson and let him understand the rules of the magic world." Yang Feng said lightly, "Master Kirill, a magic arena has been built in the college. Please follow me." Kirill walked up to Yang Feng and secretly transmitted his voice, "Ian, Empress Susanna asked me to bring you a message. Taking away the magic college you spent 19,873,452 gold coins to build is just the beginning. If you continue to follow other idiots, everything you have will be taken away from you." Yang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly and he smiled faintly, his heart full of vigilance. The struggles in the court were extremely tragic, strange, and complicated. Since the legend wizard Kirill transmitted his voice, but he might not be a person of the empresses. It was also possible that he was a pawn arranged by the other princes to drive a wedge between Yang Feng and the great Prince Andrei. The Morin's Empire was one of the 2 most powerful human empires on the Faisua plain, and it had many experts. In such a huge empire, legend-rank powerhouses were not the lackeys of the aristocrats. Although legend wizards had a lofty status, but once they were involved in the war for the throne, they would be reduced to pawns. Generally speaking, legend wizards would not get involved in the cruel war for the throne as long as they didn't get involved in such a terrifying whirlpool. No matter who ascended the throne, they wouldn't dare to make things difficult for them. However, every time, there would be legend wizards who would get involved in such a cruel whirlpool for various reasons. Yang Feng knew that on the surface, the great Prince Andrei had gained the allegiance of 2 legend wizards. If Kirill was added, then Andrei would gain the allegiance of 3 legend wizards. This was a very frightening force. The bigwigs from all over the Morin's Empire became excited and rushed towards the magic arena. A showdown between a legend wizard and an arch-wizard was a very rare event. The surroundings of the newly built magic arena were quickly filled with people. On a suspended dais of the magic arena, Morin's 2867th was sitting, surrounded by 4 sacred swordsmen, 20 star knights, and 100 firmament knights forming a luxurious guard. Garka and the other princes and princesses could only sit in the VIP seats next to the dais. Standing in front of Yang Feng, Kirill said contemptuously, "As an arch-wizard, you dare to challenge a legend. I really admire your courage. Unfortunately, the reason why legends are legends is that ordinary people can't cross this boundary. You're really stupid." Standing quietly in place, countless streams of data quickly surged in Yang Feng's pupils, and he issued orders silently. A lot of information poured into his sea of knowledge from the streams of data. Carol's words were completely ignored by Yang Feng. Big Sister Becky, why would teacher duel a legend wizard? Isn't that too dangerous? In a corner of the magic arena, Arthur looked at Yang Feng standing in the middle of the magic arena with a worried expression and asked Becky. After learning for the past few days, Arthur had learned how powerful legendary mages were. In the world of magic, legend wizards were already at the apex of humanity. One step higher, and that was the domain of gods. Becky stared at Yang Feng in the magic arena with a somewhat complicated look in her eyes, and sighed slightly. In order to protect our homeland and our college, your teacher would risk his life to duel with the legend wizard Caril. Barros and the other teachers of the magic college also looked worriedly at Yang Feng in the magic arena. A worried expression on his face, a great wizard asked in a low voice, Sir Barros, is there any hope for Master Ian to defeat Master Caril? Barros' eyes flashed with worry, and he shook his head and sighed, it's very difficult. Very difficult. In history, there were only some peerless geniuses who obtained divine armaments. Or geniuses who received the blessings of the gods at birth might be able to defeat a legend wizard with the cultivation base of an arch-wizard. Although Sir is extremely powerful, but there's still a huge gap between him and a legend wizard. As long as the legend wizard casts a level, for offensive spell, then Sir is very likely to be defeated. Legend wizards could cast level, for offensive spells, which were extremely powerful. If it was a level, 4 single-target offensive spell, then any level, 3 defensive spell would be smashed to pieces. However, it was very difficult for a level, 3 wizard to destroy a level, 4 magic shield of a legend wizard. At least a dozen level, 3 spells would be needed to break through a level, 4 magic shield of a legend wizard. In addition, the casting speed, understanding of spells, the power of spells, and so on of legend wizards were superior to that of arch-wizards. A magic shooter commanding a magic legion might even be able to contend with a legendary mage. But for a magic shooter to duel with a legendary mage, there was absolutely no chance of victory, no chance of survival. Unless he encountered a wandering legend wizard with a poor inheritance, Yang Feng had a slim chance of defeating the other party. Caril, on the other hand, was a court wizard with a perfect inheritance and extremely rich combat experience. His fighting strength wasn't something that wandering legend wizards could compare to. When Caril saw that Yang Feng ignored him, his eyes flashed with anger. He glanced at the referee and said indifferently, "Why haven't you started yet?" The referee's mind shook when he was glanced at by Caril. He immediately took a few steps back and said loudly, "Start the duel." The referee's words had just fallen, when Yang Feng, who had his head lowered, suddenly raised his head. His eyes flashed with frigid killing intent, and he erupted with Star Knight rank chi in a flash. He reached out with his hand, and a secret treasure greatsword forged entirely from divine blood steel slashed at Caril with the force of thunder. The area within 10 meters was the domain of a sacred swordsman. If a sacred swordsman came within 10 meters of them, even a legend wizard would be slain before they could finish casting their spell. The distance between Yang Feng and Caril was just 10 meters. His sword strike already had 60% of the charm of a sacred swordsman's sword. It was as fast as thunder and unstoppable. When everyone saw Yang Feng's sword strike, their eyes flashed with shock. The eyes of the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius flashed with shock, and bitterness welled up inside him. Amazing, that sword strike of his is really amazing. As long as he practices diligently, it won't be difficult for him to step into the sacred swordsman realm in the future. In order to become a sacred swordsman, Cassius had gone through who knows how much hard work and never stopped practicing swordsmanship for a day. Yet Yang Feng, who practiced swordsmanship and magic at the same time, was still able to achieve such achievements. It was simply appalling. Only heroes of myths and legends could have such terrifying achievements. Barros' complexion paled slightly, and his eyes flashed with fear. What a terrifying sword strike. If he had used this sword strike on me at that time, I would already be a dead man. Almost without thinking, Caril uttered a magic sentence. In a flash, the level 3 spell advanced warping force field erupted and enveloped him. When Yang Feng broke out of the water dragon, he was covered in blood, looking like a man made of blood. After breaking free from the water dragon, Yang Feng was covered in blood and bruises. Exuding a ruthless and ferocious aura, as if a wounded peerless beast, he madly rushed towards Karil. Legend rank spell Skyflower Water Curtain. Ian, a legend rank secret treasure, is this what you have to challenge me with? Unfortunately, you'll never be able to touch the corner of my clothes. Karil smiled coldly and spat out the magic sentence representing blink. At that moment, Yang Feng waved his hand, and 4 black discs suddenly flew out and landed around Karil. Magic radiance suddenly lit up and formed a formidable spatial interference boundary. Karil had just uttered the magic sentence representing blink, when he felt the surrounding space become chaotic. His body swayed slightly, and he was unable to fully launch blink. What's going on? Karil's complexion suddenly changed dramatically and he panicked. He saw a huge sword descend from the sky and mercilessly slash at him. Morin's 2867th's complexion changed slightly, his eyes flashed with anger, and he barked, "Stop, Ian." The 4 sacred swordsmen next to Morin's 2867th locked on Yang Feng with their aura, waiting for his order. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with frigid killing intent, and without hesitation, he slashed at Karil with his sword. Karil's eyes flickered with a ferocious glint, and he uttered a magic sentence. In a flash, he unleashed the level 3 spell Mighty Fire Arrow, and a flame arrow shrouded in endless flames, capable of killing human sacred swordsmen, shot towards Yang Feng like a meteor. As long as Yang Feng dodged a little, Karil would get a chance to survive. Once Karil caught his breath, he would be able to use all kinds of exquisite spells to kill Yang Feng. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with a fierce glint. At the most critical moment, he unleashed his innate spell Black Dragon Scales in a flash. Countless black dragon scales suddenly covered his body, as if he was covered in a black scale armor, and then he slashed at Karil. Under the blessing of Yang Feng's dragon force, the secret treasure sword forged from divine blood steel slashed through Karil's magic shield and instantly chopped him in 2. Karil's severed upper body had an incredulous expression on his face, as if he couldn't believe that a legend wizard like him had died to Yang Feng's sword. At the same time, the flame arrow slammed into Yang Feng and blasted him away, sending him flying in the direction of the suspended dais. A large amount of blood flowed out of Yang Feng's body, and then was incinerated. Morin's 2867th gave Yang Feng a look of disgust, then waved his hand and ordered indifferently, "This bastard, how dare he kill a wizard by my side? Go and kill him." "Yes, your majesty." A sacred swordsman guarding Morin's 2867th responded respectfully, then blurred into motion and shot towards Yang Feng. Just as the sword saint moved, it was as if an invisible blade had appeared in front of him. His head suddenly flew high into the air, and blood splattered in all directions. Chapter 283. On the floating dais, Yang Feng had already ambushed 200 completely invisible phantom hunters. The 200 ghost hunters were completely invisible. Without moving, they were like stones, not attracting any attention. Now that they received Yang Feng's order, the 200 phantom hunters suddenly moved, brandished their scimitars mixed with divine blood steel, and slashed at Morin's 2867th's guard suspended above the dais. Almost in the blink of an eye, the defenseless guards were slaughtered by the ghost hunters without the ability to resist. Even the 3 sacred swordsmen with astonishing battle prowess were cut into pieces. A copious amount of blood dyed the floating dais red. 3 phantom hunters arrived in front of Morin's 2867th in an instant and mercilessly brandished their scimitars mixed with divine blood steel at Morin's 2867th. A sacred, radiant, and magnificent white shield enveloped Morin's 2867th. When the three scimitars mercilessly slashed at Morin's 867th's shield, they were immediately ricocheted. The imperial robe worn by Morin's 2867th was a triggered legend rank treasure with the legend rank spell Radiant Rampart. Even if besieged by legend wizards and sacred swordsman rank powerhouses, he wouldn't be insta-killed. Guards! Guards! Come and protect me. Whoever saves me, I'll promote him by 3 ranks. He'll enjoy endless glory, splendor, and wealth. No longer indifferent and noble, Morin's 2867th scrambled out of his seat. A pool of yellow liquid flowed out from under his imperial robe, tears flowed from his swollen eyes, and he screamed miserably. Seeing what suddenly happened on the dais, the greater aristocrats screamed, got up, and fled in all directions. Under the protection of their guards, most of the bigwigs quickly fled outside the magic college. Garca and the other princes and princesses looked at each other, their faces pale, as if they were frozen. No one escaped, and no one stepped forward to rescue them. They didn't want to be killed in vain for Morin's 2867th's sake, but they were also worried that once Morin's 2867th escaped, they would be held accountable for desertion. Therefore, they were caught in a dilemma. Protect His Majesty. Protect His Majesty. In addition to the 4 sacred swordsmen, 20 star knights, and 100 firmament knights, Morin's 2867th still had 500 sky knight rank personal guards and a brigade of court wizards. The personal guards and court wizards rushed madly towards Morin's 2867th. Once Morin's 2867th died here, his 500 personal guards and the team of court wizards would be beheaded according to the law of the empire. At the same time, his family members would be implicated and reduced to slaves. For the sake of their families, glory, splendor, and wealth, the 500 personal guards had no choice but to rush towards Morin's 2867th despite the danger. Protect His Majesty. With me, Ian, here, no one will be allowed to harm a hair on His Majesty's head. Only by stepping on my corpse can you assassins harm His Majesty. With a heroic roar, Yang Feng shot up from the ground like a bolt of lightning and frantically rushed towards Morin's 2867th, good. Ian, come and protect me. As long as you save me, you'll be the dean of the magic college. By the way, I have 215 daughters. Whichever one you like, I'll let you marry. In the future, I'll make you the Grand Marshal of the Empire. When Morin's 2867th saw Yang Feng, as if he saw his savior, he cried madly and promised. Snot and tears flowed down his face, looking extremely unsightly. How ugly! Even the emperors of 2 human empires are just licentious, lustful, and stupid old men. Yang Feng had an impassioned expression on his face, but killing intent and ridicule flashed past the abyss of his eyes. When he was about to reach Morin's 2867th, an invisible mage hand grabbed the legend rank dagger Dusk and stabbed at Morin's 2867th. The legend rank dagger Dusk, with the power to penetrate all magic barriers, was the nightmare of all spellcasters, and was one of the most popular legend rank daggers among assassins. The Dusk easily pierced through Morin's 2867th's light rampart, stabbed into his abdomen, and frantically absorbed Morin's 2867th's life force. In just an instant, Morin's 2867th seemed to have aged several decades, and his eyes flashed with despair. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with ridicule, and he sent a voice transmission to Morin's 2867th's ear. Damned old bastard, if you don't court death, you won't die. If you court death, you'll die. You lecherous fool, since you want to lay your hands on my magic college, then go to hell. Morin's 2867th's eyes widened as he looked at Yang Feng. His aged and turbid eyes were filled with resentment, yet he couldn't say anything. A guard commander who was even more anxious than Yang Feng rushed to in front of Morin's 2867th, picked him up, and said full of joy, Your Majesty, I, Eddie, have come to the rescue. Morin's 2867th's guards frantically rushed towards Morin's 2867th and blocked in front of Yang Feng, not letting him snatch the credit. Under Yang Feng's order, the ghost hunters dispersed and disappeared. Although ghost hunters could be completely invisible, but as long as spells were cast, traces of them could still be found. Yang Feng had no other choice but to use ghost hunters to assassinate Morin's 2867th. Now he had to eliminate the traces of their existence and not let them be discovered. Your Majesty, what's wrong with you? Your Majesty. Don't scare me. All of a sudden, Eddie's complexion changed dramatically, his eyes flashed with despair, and he issued a miserable scream. Morin's 2867th's body had turned black, and he had lost all vitality. His eyes were wide open, and he died with everlasting regret. He turned into a corpse and slumped in Eddie's arms. The guards looked at Morin's 2867th's corpse with despair and fear in their eyes. Morin's 2867th died tragically in front of the guards, and they all faced the fate of being beheaded. Eddie, you failed to protect His Majesty, so you should be implicated along with your entire family. Yang Feng took a step forward and barked sternly, now, there is only one way to avoid the fate of you and your colleagues being beheaded. That is, to assist His Highness 6th Prince Garka to ascend the throne. After His Highness Garka ascends the throne, you can be pardoned for your crimes. With that, Yang Feng waved his hand, and 300 fully armed knight-rank powerhouses sprang out from the side and stared at Porta's group of 3 as well as their guards with ice-cold killing intent in their eyes. Garka was very quick-witted. He quickly stepped forward and said loudly, Commander Eddie, I saw with my own eyes that you did your best to protect my imperial father. Although according to the laws of the Morin's Empire, all of you will be beheaded. Chapter 284. Yang Feng frowned slightly and said coldly, Shut up. As if he heard the voice of a fiend, Sucre covered his mouth with his hand and stared at Yang Feng with a look of horror in his eyes. The Raging Wave sacred swordsman Lucero didn't say a word. With a sword in hand, he stared at the 3 princes with an indifferent expression and a gleam of pleasure in his eyes. The 2 princes Porta and Sanel looked at Yang Feng with the same look of horror in the abyss of their eyes. Only now did they remember that Yang Feng had the nickname Fiend Ian in the Miracle City. An unknown number of people from the Hunting Fang Corps and the Silver Sword Corps died tragically under Yang Feng's orders. He even dared to kill greater aristocrats of the Morin's Empire. The fear that their lives were in the hands of others shrouded the hearts of Porta and the other 2 princes. Yang Feng smiled gently, and his words revealed frigid killing intent. Your Highnesses, will you order the guards to lay down their weapons, or will I help you so that they never have to pick up their weapons? As soon as he said that, the guards around Porta and Sanel tensed up, clenched their weapons, and waited for their master's order. Porta sighed slowly and said, Neru, lay down your weapons. Yes, Your Highness. Only then did Neru and a dozen of Porta's guards put down their weapons. Sanel was silent for a moment, and then ordered unhurriedly, Avon, lay down your weapons. Yes, Your Highness. Awan and the other guards of Sanel also put down their weapons. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, dozens of heavily armed warriors immediately pounced on Neru and the other dozens of guards with extraordinary strength, binding them tightly. Yang Feng strode to in front of Garka and said with a dignified expression, Your Highness, our next target is the Imperial Palace. As long as we control the Imperial Palace, we'll be halfway there. At this time, Morin's 2867th was dead, the great Prince André was in the Southern Army, and the 3 princes who had the right to inherit the throne were under Yang Feng's control. Now, only the 2 empresses and 4 consorts in the Imperial Palace had the ability to interfere with state affairs. As long as he controlled the 2 empresses and the 4 imperial concubines in the palace, Sanel could ascend the throne. Garka's eyes flashed with excitement, and the blood in his body seemed to be boiling. His eyes flashed with endless heat, and he said word by word, "Yes, the next step is the Imperial Palace. I'll definitely fulfill my promise after I ascend the throne, Ian." Garka's mood surged and he loudly promised. "At the same time, I will also grant you a wish. Tell me, what do you want? Prime Minister of the Empire? Or the Imperial Grand Marshal? As long as you say it, I will agree to it." Garka was very smart. He knew that the biggest key to his ascension to the throne was to win Yang Feng's support. Otherwise, once Yang Feng switches sides, his ascension to the throne will come to nothing, and he may even become a prisoner. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, and he said with a smile, "If your highness ascends the throne in the future, I hope to enter the royal treasury of the Morin's Empire and pick a few treasures I want." Garka made a prompt decision and said, "Okay. I promise you." Yang Feng said solemnly, "Now is a critical time. If your highness still has any power, then use them all. This is our best chance, and also our only chance." As the sixth prince of the empire, Garka had a tremendous hidden force. Even Yang Feng didn't know how much power Garka was hiding, or how many aristocrats had already sided with him. Garka's eyes flashed with graveness. He nodded, took out a communications crystal, and said grimly, "The time has come, do it at once." A fearful yet firm voice came from the other side of the communications crystal, "Yes, your highness." Garka took out communications crystals one after another and issued a series of orders to the other side of the communications crystal. Porta and the other two princes could only watch helplessly as Garka issued a series of orders, yet did nothing. Porta and the other two princes also had tremendous hidden forces that infiltrated countless departments. A large number of aristocrats sided with them. But now that they were under semi-house arrest, they couldn't contact those forces to take action. The St. Toulon city had 4 city gates, east, west, south, and north. There was a corps stationed inside and outside each city gate. The 4 corps stationed outside the city belonged to the city guard system. The 4 corps stationed inside the city belonged to the Imperial Guard system. The South Gate, within the barracks of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps. Cataleo, the deputy commander of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps, strode into the command center of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps. In the center of the command center sat a person. It was Chipiko, the commander of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps. At this moment, he was leisurely reading a book. The work of the Imperial Guards had always been leisurely. After all, apart from palace coups, no one dared to cause trouble in the St. Toulon city. Even demigod rank powerhouses would be easily suppressed if they acted presumptuously in the St. Toulon city. When Chipiko saw Cataleo, his eyes lit up. He fished out a chessboard from under his desk and said with a smile, "Cataleo, you came at the right time. Play a game of chess with me." "Okay." When Cataleo walked up to Chipiko, a complicated glint flashed in the abyss of his eyes. Suddenly, he erupted with Star Knight rank chi, drew his sword, and stabbed Chipiko in the heart lightning fast. Chipiko's eyes widened. Unable to believe his eyes, he reluctantly uttered, "Why?" Cataleo's eyes flashed with a complicated glint, and he gave a long sigh and pulled out his sword. "I'm a man of His Highness the 6th Prince. His Majesty is dead." "Chipiko, I'm sorry." Blood spurted out of Chipiko's chest. His eyes dimmed, his body swayed, and he fell to the ground. In the barracks, the drums of assembly rang out. The 3rd Imperial Guard Corps immediately began to assemble. The high-ranking officers of the corps quickly came to the command center. There was a faint smell of blood in the command center. At the same time, the command center was surrounded by Cataleo's personal guards. As soon as the high-ranking officers entered the command center, they felt that something was amiss. The high-ranking officers focused their gazes on Cataleo, who was sitting on the throne of the corps commander, in the command center. Cataleo said solemnly, "Everyone is here. I'm going to announce unfortunate news. His Majesty the Great Emperor has just been assassinated in the St. Toulon city and is dead." "What?" His Majesty the Emperor is dead. His Majesty, he is dead. The eyes of the high-ranking officers of the Imperial Guard Corps flickered with shock and they exclaimed. The death of His Majesty the Emperor of the Morince Empire was a major event that would shock the world and change the situation of the entire Morince Empire. Catileo said coldly, Commander Chipico was suspected of plotting to assassinate His Majesty. I killed him on the spot. His Highness the Sixth Prince sent an envoy to have the Third Imperial Guard Corps capture the assassins and eradicate the traitors in the court. Who is willing to go with me? A confidant of Catileo immediately said loudly, since His Majesty is dead, His Highness the Sixth Prince is the only heir to the throne of the Empire. We are willing to follow His Highness the Sixth Prince and eradicate the traitors in the court. We are willing to be loyal to His Highness the Sixth Prince and eradicate the traitors in the court with His Highness the Sixth Prince. Voices of loyalty came from the command center. Almost one-third of the officers of the Third Corps swore allegiance to His Highness the Sixth Prince at once. The rest of the officers looked at each other, and a sense of danger welled up in their hearts. They were soldiers who didn't want to get involved in the whirlpool of the power struggle. But the sudden change in the situation forced them to choose a side. Catileo's gaze turned cold, and he said frigidly, Why aren't you saying anything? Are you in cahoots with the traitors who assassinated His Majesty? Catileo's personal guards surrounding the command center drew their swords and surrounded the officers who didn't take a stand. If they said anything wrong, they would be hacked to death. An officer pointed at Catileo and barked, Catileo, you're rebelling. Catileo waved his hand, and a dozen-plus personal guards with tyrannical fighting strength rushed forward in a flash and killed the officer with a flurry of swords. Catileo, you're rebelling. One officer after another stepped forward and berated Catileo. As soon as the officers came out, they were quickly killed by Catileo's personal guards. The command center was suddenly enveloped in the smell of blood. After 7 officers were killed on the spot, the officers of the Third Imperial Guard Corps understood Catileo's determination. Catileo had gambled everything. If they didn't yield, then he would kill all of them. An officer was silent for a while, and then finally said loudly, I'm willing to follow Sir and eradicate the assassins who assassinated His Majesty. One officer after another was finally forced to yield and stand forward. Catileo got up and barked, then let's set off at once. Our target is the Imperial Palace. Along the way, whoever dares to block us is our enemy. Under Catileo's leadership, the 20,000-strong troops of the Third Imperial Guard Corps immediately set out and quickly rushed towards the Imperial Palace. Drums also sounded in the barracks of the First Imperial Guard Corps at the East Gate. The officers of the First Imperial Guard Corps quickly came to the command center of the First Imperial Guard Corps. The entire command center was permeated with a somber and heavy atmosphere, pressuring the officers of the First Imperial Guard Corps somewhat out of breath. In the center of the command center sat a burly old man of about 56 or 57 years of age, with grizzled temples, yet still exuding a valiant aura. This burly old man was Buchak, the commander of the First Imperial Guard Corps. Chapter 285. Buchak looked down and said solemnly, His Majesty was assassinated and has passed away. By order of Her Highness Empress Susanna, I must immediately take troops to the palace to guard it. Are you willing to go with me? We are willing to serve, sir. The officers below were slightly taken aback. Many of Buchak's confidants immediately responded resolutely. We are willing to serve, sir. The other officers hesitated for a moment, then gritted their teeth and said loudly. In the First Imperial Guard Corps, the prestige of Buchak, the commander of the corps, was much stronger than that of Catileo, the deputy commander of the Third Corps. Not many people dared to question or disobey his orders. Under Buchak's order, the First Imperial Guard Corps quickly moved towards the palace without any supplies. Within the command center of the Second Imperial Guard Corps, a gloomy expression on his face, Ciceron, the commander of the 2nd Imperial Guard Corps, paced back and forth in the command center with a look of irritation, a communications crystal in his hand. A beautiful and charming face floated in his eyes. Finally, he gave a long sigh and made up his mind. The drums of assembly sounded in the barracks of the 2nd Imperial Guard Corps, and countless warriors poured out of the barracks to assemble. The upper echelon officers quickly came to the command center. Suddenly, sounds of fighting broke out in the command center. Before long, officers came out of the command center. The 2nd Imperial Guard Corps also rushed towards the royal palace of the St. Toulon city. At this time, fighting broke out in the barracks of the 4th Imperial Guard Corps. For the sake of their respective masters, former comrades gathered their subordinates to fight. Rivers of blood flowed in the barracks, and sounds of fighting continued. Outside the city gate, the 4th City Guard Corps remained motionless. Only some small disturbances broke out in the barracks before being suppressed. On the other side, Yang Feng took 300 heavily armed personal guards, 2 squads of wizards, and 500 Sky Knight rank troops commanded by Eddie to escort Garca and Oleana towards the royal palace. "Your Highness Garca, where do you want to go?" With a cold voice, Desir led 300 confidants from the Sword of Justice secret police force to block in front of the large force and stared at Garca, who was surrounded and protected by everyone. A terrifying sacred swordsman rank aura erupted from Desir's body, and a terrifying murderous intent locked onto Garca, making Garca feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. He found it hard to breathe, and fear flashed in his eyes. "Your Highness, His Majesty was assassinated in the Magic Academy. As the Dean of the Magic Academy, Master Ian is the biggest suspect. What you should do now is to return to your mansion. Otherwise, it will be a crime of treason. Even if you are a prince, you will still die here today." Desir's eyes widened, and he suddenly let out a terrifying roar. Through a mysterious secret method, he directly pierced into Garca's mind. At that moment, Garca felt a wave of fear in his heart. He actually had the thought of leaving immediately and going home to await his trial. Yang Feng ordered coldly, "Kill him. Kill all those who stand in the way." Barros uttered a magic incantation, and a ray of magic light shrouded him and the magicians behind him. A mysterious spiritual resonance linked their mental strength together. Spirit resonance was the most powerful spell of wizard squads on the Feisua Plain. After casting the mental resonance spell, the mental energy of all the magicians would be linked together, forming an incomparably wonderful resonance wave, as if they were one person. Through the power of the weave, they could cast level 4 spells like legend wizards. Barros quickly uttered a second magic sentence, and the level 4 spell Fire Dragon was unleashed in a flash. After passing a block, nearly 200+ assassins suddenly emerged from the street. The assassins, armed with military crossbows, frantically pulled the triggers at Garca. As if arrows leaving a bowstring, bolts shot towards Garca. As long as Garca was killed, any plot would turn into a bubble. A cold glint flashed past Yang Feng's eyes. He raised a large shield forged from divine blood steel and swatted away the bolts shooting at Garca as if swatting mosquitoes. Boom! There was a sudden explosion, and a wall on the side collapsed. A terrifying aura comparable to that of a sacred swordsman instantly erupted from the location of the wall, and an extremely fast sword light pierced towards Garca's head. That was a fatal strike from a sacred swordsman. Yang Feng had just swatted away countless bolts with his large shield, so he had no time to react. He could only watch helplessly as the sword stabbed towards Garca. Despair couldn't help but flash past the abyss of his eyes. The 3 sacred swordsmen, Lightning Sacred Swordsman Cassius, Earth Sacred Swordsman Magia, and Raging Sacred Swordsman Lucero, were all swinging their swords at the military crossbows. They had no time to protect Garca. If Garca was assassinated, then no matter how strong Yang Feng was, it would already be amazing if he could escape from the St. Toulon city. Everything he had built up during this period of time would be destroyed in a single day. At this moment, an ordinary guard next to Garka took a step forward, and the temperament of a lofty great grandmaster erupted from the ordinary guard. Frightening sacred swordsman rank chi erupted in a flash, and a sword ray suddenly erupted and stabbed at the startling sword strike. Ding! There was a crisp sound, and the guard next to Garka retreated 7 or 8 steps before stopping. The assassin who stabbed with the startling sword strike only retreated 2 steps. An assassin wrapped in black cloth, with only his eyes exposed, appeared in front of everyone. Yang Feng barked, "Barros, kill him." Before his words fell, Yang Feng uttered a magic sentence and unleashed the level 3 spell spirit hammer in a flash, and a magic ray landed on the assassin wrapped in black cloth. The assassin radiated magic rays and resisted the attack of the level 3 spell spirit hammer. Clearly, he had a magic equipment on him. The assassin's figure flickered as he dashed towards a room at the side like a bolt of lightning after missing his target. With the 4 sacred swordsmen and 2 wizard squads guarding him, even if the assassin was far stronger than ordinary human sacred swordsmen, he still couldn't resist. Yang Feng ordered frigidly, "Fire dragon." Barros instantly uttered a series of magic sentences and pointed at the room, and a 30-meter-long fire dragon suddenly erupted and rushed towards the room. Boom! Countless flames suddenly enveloped the room and burned fiercely. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed at the flames. A hurricane suddenly blew the flames away and swept towards the house where the assassins were located. Yang Feng hesitated for a moment, then took a step forward and whispered to Garka, "Your Highness, we don't have much time left." Garka glanced at Yang Feng with some displeasure and said faintly, "I know what to do." Garka said in a clear voice, "Del, it's impossible to confer a hereditary duke. However, as long as you take everyone to side with me now, then after I ascend the throne, I can confer you the title of hereditary duke and let you enjoy endless glory, splendor, and wealth." Del's 500 imperial guards were also a considerable force. If Garka could recruit Del's 500 imperial guards, he could also improve his strength. At the same time, he could weaken Yang Feng's influence in the coup. Growing up in the Morin's family, Garka's imperial schemes were no less than those of his brothers. Del had a conflicted expression on his face. After hesitating for a while, he said unhurriedly, "Confer a hereditary duke? Your Highness, if I side with you, I'll be putting the lives of everyone in my family on your shoulders. A hereditary duke is really not enough. A hereditary duke marquis. As long as you agree to confer me a hereditary duke marquis, I'll take my 500 brothers to side with you. I still have a lot of good friends in the imperial palace. After I side with you, I'll go and recruit them for you." Garka's heart stirred slightly when he heard that. If Del could recruit the royal guards in the imperial palace, then his hopes of capturing the Victory Palace would increase by a bit. There were 20,000 royal guards stationed in the Victory Palace, which were firmly under the control of Morin's 2867th. Anyone who tried to meddle with the 20,000 royal guards would suffer a fierce counterattack from Morin's 2867th. The great Prince André once roped in a deputy commander of the royal guards. After being discovered by Morin's 2867th, the deputy commander's family was exterminated by Morin's 2867th on an excuse. André lost a lot of his military power and was transferred to the Southern Army. Only during festivals would he be allowed to return to the Saint Toulon city. Empress Susanna, who was originally very favored by Morin's 2867th, was slowly neglected because of this matter. Garka and the other 2 princes didn't dare to meddle with the royal guards for fear of touching Morin's 2867th's reverse scale. Now that Del was willing to surrender to Garka and persuade others to surrender, Garka was very tempted. Garka hesitated for a while, then made a decision and said resolutely, "Okay, as long as you are willing to side with me, persuade others to surrender, and help me open the gate of the Victory Palace, then after I ascend the throne, I'll confer you the title of hereditary Peer Marquis." Del's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, and he said with a beaming smile, "I want the divine bestow plains marquisdom." Garca's complexion changed dramatically, and he refused resolutely, "Impossible." The divine bestow plain was a plain blessed by the goddess of life, the goddess of plants, and the goddess of agriculture. On many fertile lands of the Fesua plain, 1 mu of wheat could only yield about 200 to 250 caddies per mu. In the divine bestow plain, 1 mu of wheat could yield up to 2,000 caddies per mu, which was 10 times that of ordinary places. The divine bestow plain was the territory of the Morans family and various divine descendant families. Except for a few founding heroes who followed Morans I and made great contributions, for more than 100,000 years, there had never been a precedent of a non-divine descendant family obtaining a fiefdom in the divine bestow plain. Del said loudly, "An earldom is fine. An earldom in the divine bestow plain is enough for me to enjoy a lifetime of glory, splendor, and wealth. As long as your highness agrees to grant me an earldom in the divine bestow plain after you ascend the throne, then I'll immediately take 500 subordinates to side with you, your highness, and serve you faithfully. In other places, there would be natural and man-made disasters, which would lead to a decrease in the production of wheat due to various reasons. But in the divine bestow plain, such things would never happen. An earldom in the divine bestow plain was definitely the foundation for generations of glory, splendor, and wealth." With a gloomy face, Garca calculated in his mind. Naturally, such a fertile land like the divine bestow plain had been carved up by everyone. The Morans family occupied the largest part of the divine bestow plain, which was also their foundation. There had never been a precedent of a territory in the divine bestow plain being enfeoffed. The Morans family was a huge family, and experts were as common as clouds in the family. The people of the Morans family wouldn't care if Garca competed with other princes for the throne. After all, it wasn't the first time that the Morans family's heirs fought each other for the throne for more than 100,000 years. Whichever prince won, the Morans family would support that prince. But once Garca enfeoffed the divine bestow plain, the entire Morans family would rebel and oppose his succession to the throne. Garca shook his head and proposed, "No, I can grant you a fertile marquisdom. Even an earldom in the divine bestow plain won't do. It's the wealth that the mighty gods bestowed upon our Morans family, and no one else is allowed to encroach on it." Del sank into his thoughts and said unhurriedly, "Another marquisdom? Let me think about it and see which marquisdom is better." At this moment, the earth shook, and the sound of hooves came from the east. Goyina's complexion changed slightly, and he said to Yang Feng, "Buchak, the commander of the 1st Royal Guard Corps in the east, favors the great Prince Andrei. This is their cavalry." Yang Feng frowned slightly and looked at Del, only to see that Del was still hesitant and looked very embarrassed. Yang Feng suddenly pointed coldly at Del and said frigidly, "Baros, fire dragon, kill them." "Yes." Baros quickly silently recited an incantation and launched spirit resonance, then uttered a series of magic sentences and pointed at Del and the 500 royal guards. Countless violent fire elemental particles gathered in a flash and suddenly formed a 30-meter-long fire dragon. When Del saw the 30-meter-long fire dragon, his complexion changed dramatically, and he screamed with a pale face, "I surrender. Your Highness, spare my life. I surrender. Your Highness." The frightening fire dragon turned around, enveloped the room Thanos had jumped into, and turned the area into a sea of fire. A figure covered in fire rushed out of the sea of fire. After taking dozens of steps, the figure was finally swallowed by the flames and turned into ashes. Buchak looked at Garca's private soldiers, who were still hiding in the corners of the streets and refusing to retreat, and ordered with a cold look in his eyes, "Dekuro, kill them all." "Yes, sir." A burly officer with a bear-like physique roared and took 1,000 warriors of the 1st Imperial Guard Corps to kill Garca's private soldiers. Buchak just glanced at Dekuro, and then took the 1st Imperial Guard Corps straight into the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace. The Victory Palace was the core of the Morince Empire's power and the focus of everyone's competition. Once Garka took control of the Victory Palace, then no matter how strong Buchak's 1st Imperial Guard Corps was, it would be in vain. Garka's private soldier hiding in a corner of the street suddenly came out of his hiding place, erupted with Earth Knight rank chi in a flash, and shot an arrow with crimson chi radiance towards Buchak. Buchak didn't even spare a glance at the arrow. A Star Knight rank officer next to him bellowed, swung his sword, and deflected the arrow. 50 warriors armed with military crossbows raised their crossbows and shot at Garka's private soldier. As if shooting stars, arrows enveloped the private soldier and turned him into a hedgehog. The sounds of fighting could be heard everywhere on the street, yet the 1st Imperial Guard Corps ignored them. They followed Buchak and marched quickly towards the Victory Palace. Baro's complexion changed slightly, and he quickly reported to Yang Feng, "Sir, the 1st Imperial Guard Corps has broken through Thanos' defensive line and is moving this way." As soon as he said that, everyone's expression changed slightly. Garka's face also turned pale. The 1st Imperial Guard Corps was the most powerful corps in the inner city of the St. Talon city. It had the magic power of 2 squads of court wizards and 20,000 warriors. The St. Talon city's city guard system was somewhat rotten and filled with aristocratic children and silk pants. However, due to the frequent coups d'état in the Morince Empire, the Imperial Guard system was the force the Empress relied on. Apart from the upper echelons of the Imperial Guards and the 4 Imperial Guard Corps in the inner city, the rest of the soldiers were elite warriors who were rotated back from the frontier army. Their fighting strength was amazing. The 4 Imperial Guard Corps were definitely the trump card of the Morince Empire. A single Imperial Guard Corps could easily defeat a formidable local corps like the Hunting Fang Corps. Once the 1st Imperial Guard Legion caught up to them, everyone present would definitely be crushed by them. Even the 3 Sword Saints would find it difficult to resist a powerful existence like the 1st Imperial Guard Legion. The reason why Thanos was able to block 2,000 cavalrymen and slay more than 700 cavalrymen was because he was able to ride against 1,000 cavalrymen on the street. In a narrow area, the 2,000 cavalrymen couldn't give full play to their advantages and could only charge from the front. If the 2,000 cavalrymen charged from all directions and besieged him in a wide area, Thanos would be able to slay more than 400 cavalrymen at most before he ran out of chi and was besieged by the remaining cavalrymen. The strength and energy consumed to deal with enemies from only one direction and enemies from all directions could not be mentioned in the same breath. Chapter 288. Yang Feng's eyebrows wrinkled tightly. According to his idea, the best result was to kill his way into the Victory Palace before anyone could react. As long as he took control of the Victory Palace, then even if the 4 corps attacked together, Yang Feng wouldn't be afraid. Yang Feng frowned slightly and mused, "It seems that I acted too hastily." However, it wasn't easy to find such a good opportunity. Yang Feng didn't get any information about Morince 2867th's sudden visit to the unveiling of the Magic College. Moreover, he had no intention of assassinating Morince 2867 before this. However, Morince 2867th's attempt to seize the Magic College, which Yang Feng spent a lot of effort and money to establish, provoked Yang Feng's retaliation, and he took the opportunity to kill Morince 2867. If Morince 2867 was in the Imperial Palace, Yang Feng wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Morince 2867 gave Yang Feng the opportunity to assassinate him. Although such a hasty assassination killed Morince 2867, but many things were also out of Yang Feng's control. Yang Feng's thoughts revolved slightly, and his eyes flashed with determination. "It seems that I can only protect Garka and kill my way out, go to Garka's territory, and raise my troops again." The 1st Imperial Guard Corps was inclined towards the great Prince Andrei. Now, without the Emperor's order, it acted on its own. Obviously, it had obtained information about the death of Morin's 2867th and had made a choice. The 1st Imperial Guard Corps definitely wouldn't choose Garca. If Yang Feng and his party didn't escape, only death would await them. As a prince, Garca might be able to escape death and be placed under house arrest, but Yang Feng and the others would definitely meet their end. Yang Feng shot Garca a somewhat unwilling look, and his eyes were full of unwillingness. Such a good opportunity was ruined by this idiot. Don't be afraid of a godlike opponent, only a pig-like teammate. What a scam. According to Yang Feng's original plan, he would head straight for the Victory Palace, kill anyone that stood in his way, and kill anyone that stood in his way. As long as he could kill his way into the Victory Palace, it would be a victory. However, Garca stubbornly insisted on killing all the assassins that tried to assassinate him, which delayed him a lot of time. Furthermore, he had been tricked by Del to stall for time, wasting a lot of time. In the end, the 1st Imperial Guard Corps caught up from behind. If Garca had listened to Yang Feng, they would have killed their way to the Victory Palace by now, and might have even killed their way into the Victory Palace. Once the coup d'état was launched, it had to be as fast as lightning, leaving no time for others to react. Once he failed to seize the Victory Palace, Garca, who had mobilized all his forces, would lose his momentum and could only escape from the Saint Toulon city. Right at this time, the sounds of horse hooves could be heard from the south, and the soldiers of the 3rd Imperial Guard Regiment came into view. When Yang Feng saw the soldiers of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps, his eyes shimmered with unwillingness and regret, and he gave a long sigh. It's over, we can only retreat. Garca, on the other hand, smiled and laughed wildly, revealing endless ecstasy. The 3rd Imperial Guard Corps, haha, they're finally here. Ian, the deputy commander of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps, Cataleo, is my man. He now had complete control over the 3rd Praetorian Guard Corps. Those are our people. Yang Feng's eyes revealed a look of surprise. The fact that Garca was able to rope in the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps was beyond his expectations. The relationship between Garca and Cataleo was deeply hidden, with only a few people knowing about it. Even Elena didn't know about the relationship between the two, let alone Yang Feng. Yang Feng said solemnly, Your Highness, please have the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps block this street. The 1st Imperial Guard Corps is not allowed to cross this street. Garca nodded, took out a communications crystal, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and said, Cataleo, it's me, it's Garca. Cataleo's capable voice came from the communications crystal. Your Highness, what are your orders? Please speak. Garca's eyes shimmered with a cold glint, and he gritted his teeth and said, I'm going to the Imperial Palace. Take the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps and guard the Street of Glory. No one is allowed to cross the Street of Glory. In the Imperial capital, Garca went all out to barely control the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps, which was already his full strength. Although there were still many aristocrats in the Imperial capital who had defected to Garca's side, but in a short period of time, those aristocrats couldn't give him any support. From the other side of the communications crystal came Cataleo's resolute voice, Yes. Your Highness, I'll guard this place firmly and won't let anyone pass. Yang Feng said solemnly, Let the 2 wizard squads, Barros and Macon stay. The Victory Palace was a palace blessed by the gods and possessed countless formidable divine spells. In the Victory Palace, the vigor of heaven and earth was completely controlled by various divine spells. If wizards wanted to cast large-scale spells in the Victory Palace, they could only do so with the Emperor's permission. Morin's 2867th was dead, and the Morin's Empire was without an emperor. Therefore, wizards couldn't cast powerful spells in the Victory Palace. Garca said very decisively, Cataleo, I'll leave 2 wizard squads for you. You must guard this place. Cataleo said in a straightforward and capable manner, Yes. Your Highness. Soon after, the huge 3rd Imperial Guard Corps turned and walked towards the Street of Glory. The 2 wizards of the court squads, Barros and Macon, quickly walked towards the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps. Run forward. Garka's eyes flickered with a cold glint, he pointed at the Victory Palace with his sword and barked. At this time, Yang Feng and his party had no place to retreat. After being forced into a desperate situation, Garka erupted with a dauntless aura that was different from his usual cultured and refined demeanor. The whole team began to trot forward, moving towards the Victory Palace. After crossing 2 streets, sounds of explosions and fighting came from the rear. Clearly, the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps and the 1st Imperial Guard Corps had engaged in a fierce fight. Hearing the sounds of battle behind them, everyone's hearts felt heavy, as if they were being shrouded by a huge pressure. Once the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps' defensive line was breached, the people present would end up very miserable before they could capture the Victory Palace. After passing through 2 streets, the majestic gate of the Victory Palace appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 289. Andros smiled coldly and clapped his hands. Not only did I capture your wife, but I also captured your parents, brothers, and your brothers' children. A white-haired old man, an old woman, and a dozen young men and women were dragged over by the warriors and thrown in front of Villa. Commander Villa let out a painful howl. Father, mother, little brother. Commander Villa, you are loyal to this empire, to His Majesty the Emperor of this empire, to Morin's 2867th. Now that His Majesty has been assassinated, instead of avenging His Majesty, you block His Highness Garka from entering the palace. This is a crime of rebellion, a crime worthy of extermination. If you don't open the door, I'll give the order to execute your family on the spot. Furthermore, your Bello clan will be exterminated from today onwards. I'll give you some time to think about it. Andros' words had just fallen when he clapped his hands, and a middle-aged woman and 3 children were dragged out and thrown in front of Villa's family. The face of a burly man standing next to Villa changed dramatically, and he said with a trace of alarm, "Weena, you bastards captured Weena. Deputy Commander Bell Tower, if Commander Villa doesn't want to surrender, then please put righteousness before family and kill him. Then you can inherit his position as commander. Otherwise, your wife and children, as well as the 56 members of your Bello family, will all die here. Think about it." Andros smiled coldly and clapped his hands, and dozens of men, women, old, and young were escorted over. They were thrown in front of the high-ranking royal guards as if they were garbage, and their names were announced, causing the high-ranking royal guards to reveal looks of alarm and pain. Andros smiled at Villa above the city wall and said cruelly, "Commander Villa, what do you think now? I want an answer from you. Open the gate, or not. If you don't, I'll send your family to the netherworld and wait for you." Villa's complexion was pale. He could vaguely feel the fierce and murderous gazes staring at him from behind. Once he chose not to open the city, his former colleagues and subordinates would definitely not mind chopping him into pieces and then opening the city gates to allow the killing gods outside to enter the city. Villa is willing to serve His Highness Garka and fight against the rebels who tried to assassinate His Majesty. Open up. Villa looked at his beloved wife's pleading gaze. When he thought that the Morin's family would resort to such means in a power struggle, he became disheartened and shouted. The door of the Gate of Glory finally opened slowly. Garka looked at the slowly opening Gate of Glory, his heart filled with excitement. He glanced at Andro and said with a smile of admiration, "Ian, you have a good subordinate." Yang Feng replied with a smile, "Thank you for the praise, Your Highness." Goyina, who was standing next to Garka, gave Yang Feng a peculiar look. Eddie also gave Yang Feng a somewhat fearful look, his heart brimming with apprehension. Garka pointed at the Gate of Glory in high spirits and shouted, "Enter the city." When Villa arrived in front of Garka, he knelt on one knee, lowered his head, and said respectfully, "I was deceived by the traitors. Please forgive me, Your Highness." Garka smiled gently and said in a graceful manner, "Commander Villa, you were just dutifully performing your duty and were deceived by the traitors. I forgive you." Villa had 4,000 imperial guards under his command. In the Victory Palace, he was definitely a force that played a decisive role. Yang Feng frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Your Highness, time is of the essence." Now was not the time for Garka to put on an act and win over the hearts of the people. Every minute and every second was very precious. Chapter 290. The entire myriad flower palace was filled with a very pleasant fragrance of flowers. Rare flowers bloomed everywhere, and it was extremely beautiful. "Garka, what do you want to do here?" Under the protection of dozens of beautiful palace maids, a beautiful woman with long blonde hair, a voluptuous and sexy figure, a mixture of sexiness and innocence, youth and maturity, and all kinds of opposite charms, as if she was changing all the time, walked over slowly. She had a noble and cold temperament. After Yang Feng saw the peerless beauty, he secretly praised in his heart. This gorgeous woman was definitely one of the most feminine beauties he had ever seen. Garka watched the gorgeous woman exuding a different kind of charm walk over, and his eyes flashed with greed. He said with a smile, "Empress Susanna, I suspect that someone in the Myriad Flowers Palace is suspected of assassinating my imperial father and plotting a rebellion. Worried about your safety, Your Highness, I brought troops to protect Your Highness." The gorgeous woman, who looked to be only 25 or 26 years old and exuded a different kind of charm and temperament, was Susanna, one of the two empresses of the Morince Empire. Susanna should be in her 50s, but she maintained herself very well. At the same time, under the effect of the court potion, she was still full of vitality, looking like a beautiful woman of 25 or 26 years old. Morince 2867 lived a licentious life and never practiced cultivation. Even with the support of the court potion, his vitality still flowed away very quickly. After all, potions weren't omnipotent. Garka immediately barked, "Guards, protect Her Highness. Don't let anything happen to her." "Yes, Your Highness." Goina responded promptly. He took 100 soldiers to surround Susanna, and then began to drive away the maids around Susanna. Susanna watched coldly as the 100 soldiers drove her maids to the side, and then surrounded her and put her under house arrest. After Garka caught Susanna, he heaved a sigh of relief and immediately led his troops into the Myriad Flowers Palace. Countless soldiers quickly dispersed and rushed into each of the palaces of the Myriad Flower Palace, capturing the beautiful concubines and maids inside. Seeing the beautiful concubines and maids, some soldiers couldn't control their desires and pounced on them. The entire Myriad Flowers Palace was filled with the cries and wails of women. When Susanna saw this scene, she sighed in her heart. After learning that the Myriad Flowers Palace was breached, she immediately came out to see Garka. Otherwise, with her beauty, she might really be insulted by the soldiers. As if he didn't hear her, Garka led his troops into the depths of the Myriad Flowers Palace. "Garka, it's me." Accompanied by a pleasantly surprised cry, a tall and slender woman with long blue hair walked over. She had a voluptuous figure and a slender waist. Every step she took seemed to sway in the wind. She looked like a ripe peach. When Garka saw the beautiful woman, his eyes flashed with joy, and he breathed a sigh of relief and quickly stepped forward to greet her, "Mother." This woman with long blue hair that looked like a ripe peach was Katerina, the southern imperial concubine, and also Garka's biological mother. Under the effect of the potion, she looked just a few years older than Garka, just like his elder sister. Behind Katerina were three top-notch beauties. One of them was tall and had wavy blonde hair. Her breasts were almost bursting out of her clothes, and there was a charming aura between her brows. She was the third Prince Porta's mother, Sophia. The beautiful woman with a perfect and harmonious figure and exquisite facial features exuding a heroic aura was the mother of the ninth Prince Sanal, Yelena. The last beautiful woman with a petite figure that looked to be only 13 or 14 years old, a child's complexion, big breasts, and a delicate beauty that gave people a feeling of tenderness at first sight was the mother of Sucre, Alva. The three beauties following behind Katerina looked at Garka with complicated emotions in their eyes. They knew very well that since Garka had led his troops here in the struggle for the throne, it meant that Garka had already won half the battle. Katerina and Garka talked for a while, then looked at Yang Feng and revealed a beautiful and gentle smile. "You're Ian? Very good. Serve Garka well, and the Orthox family won't treat you unfairly." The gazes of Susanna, Sophia, Yelena, and Alva focused on Yang Feng. Garka's forces in the St. Toulon city weren't stronger than those of the other princes. The reason why it was Garka standing here and not the other princes was because Yang Feng was helping Garka from behind the scenes. Yang Feng smiled slightly and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Serving His Highness is what I should do." On the Street of Glory, the sounds of fighting and explosions lingered incessantly. Sword in hand, Catileo was covered in blood as he charged into the crowd, constantly killing the incoming Imperial Guard soldiers. He was covered in sweat and gasping for breath. A high-ranking officer of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps came to Catileo and cried, "Sir, we can't hold on any longer. Let's retreat. Leave some seeds for the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps." The 3rd Imperial Guard Corps was much weaker than the 1st Imperial Guard Corps in terms of strength. With the support of the two magic brigades left behind by Yang Feng, the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps barely managed to suppress the 1st Imperial Guard Corps. At this moment, under the leadership of Commander Ciceron, the 2nd Imperial Guard Corps launched an attack on the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps from the flank. The 1st Imperial Guard Corps also launched a desperate attack. Under the desperate attack of the two Imperial Guard Corps, the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps finally began to collapse. The commander of the corps, Catileo, had to personally go forward to fight the enemy in an attempt to stabilize the front line. Catileo shouted sternly, "No, hold on for me. Even if I die, I have to die here. We have no way out. Once His Highness fails, we'll all be turned into rebels, and there won't be any 3rd Imperial Guard Corps left. You, go take command of the army at once. If you die, I'll take your place." "Yes, sir." The high-ranking officer of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps gritted his teeth and roared. His figure flickered, and he rushed to the front line. When the high-ranking officer of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps with a Sky Knight rank cultivation base rushed to the front line and killed 5 or 6 enemies, a meteor-like greatsword slashed at the high-ranking officer of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps and cut him in two. Countless warriors of the 1st and 2nd Imperial Guard legions, whose eyes were bloodshot, surged over like a tidal wave. "Shit! Retreat!" When the wizard squad led by Barros saw the warriors rushing over like a tide, his complexion changed slightly, and he said solemnly. Rays of magic light shrouded Barros and the other mages, making them disappear. "Retreat!" Seeing that the situation was anything but reassuring, Macon immediately took his men to cast magic and quickly disappeared. Magicians were powerful and respected existences. Even if the coup failed, the wizards could flee the St. Toulon city and go into exile, becoming guests of other forces. No wizard was willing to fight to the death for Garka. The wizards of the 1st and 2nd Imperial Guard Corps didn't organize their peers to escape. If they desperately cast spells, they might be able to keep the other side. However, the other side's counterattack would also put their lives at risk. "Retreat!" Catileo looked around. When he saw that there were only more than 100 of his personal guards left, he gave a long sigh and issued the order to retreat. The more than 100 personal guards immediately escorted Catileo and fled into the distance. The Imperial Guard soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Imperial Guard Corps rushed through Street of Glory, converged, and advanced in the direction of the Victory Palace. Surrounded by countless Imperial Guard soldiers, Buchak didn't have the slightest joy on his face. He looked into the distance, his eyes full of worry. Ciceron spurred his horse and walked together with Buchak. Gazing at the tall imperial city of the Victory Palace from afar, his eyes flashed with a complicated look. Buchak said lightly, "Ciceron, I didn't expect you to be a man of Her Highness the Empress. Cicerone came back to his senses and said faintly, Buchak, I didn't expect you to be a man of Her Highness the Empress. With a complicated look in his eyes, Buchak sighed slowly, I just think that His Highness the Great Prince Andrei is the most suitable to be the master of this empire. The great Prince Andrei was wise and valiant, and possessed great military talent. He was the target of support from many bigwigs in the military of the Morince Empire. Cicerone suddenly gave a long sigh, and his eyes flashed with a gloomy look. I also hope that His Highness the Great Prince Andrei can become the master of this empire. Unfortunately, we're too late. The 1st and 2nd Imperial Guard Corps finally arrived in front of the Victory Palace. However, the Gate of Glory of the Victory Palace was locked, with no traces of fighting. At the same time, above the city wall, more than 50 giant catapults and more than 100 magic crossbows, which could even injure or severely injure dragons, were in place. Above the Gate of Glory, 4,000 soldiers of the Imperial Guard were standing in neat rows, looking down at the soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Imperial Guard Corps like tigers watching their prey. The soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Imperial Guard Corps went into battle lightly, not carrying any siege equipment. Moreover, the magic of wizards was practically ineffective against the Victory Palace. Except for a few Star Knights and Sacred Swordsman rank powerhouses, they had no means to open the Gate of Glory. At this moment, surrounded by countless people, Garka walked to the top of the Gate of Glory and looked down at the countless warriors of the 1st and 2nd Imperial Guard Corps. His eyes flashed with a touch of pleasure, and he said in a cold and dignified voice, Buchak, Cicerone, you two brought troops to Victory Palace without a summons, are you trying to rebel? Chapter 291. Buchak looked up at Garka above the city wall and said unhurriedly, Your Highness Garka, we came to guard the Imperial Palace at the order of Her Highness the Empress. We have no intention of rebelling. Please let us in and meet Her Highness the Empress. Garka barked, Shut up. You rebels dare to besiege an ally of the Empire. Obviously, you're all traitors trying to assassinate His Majesty. Drop your weapons, kneel on the ground, surrender, and await your punishment. A cold glint flashed past Cicerone's eyes, and he quietly made a gesture. A divine archer of the 2nd Imperial Guard Corps, a high-ranking officer with the cultivation base of a firmament knight, took out a bow, urged his chi, and shot an arrow at Garka. An arrow shrouded in red chi shot towards Garka like a meteor, locking onto his heart. A long sword covered in lightning struck the arrow, shattering it into pieces. Damn you rebels, all of you deserve to die. Garka's complexion changed dramatically, his eyes flashed with frigid killing intent, and he took out a divine imprint about 10 centimeters in diameter inscribed with countless mysterious runes. The divine imprint was a treasure bestowed by the gods to the Morince family to control the Victory Palace. Only the bloodline of the Morince family could use it, and it could not be taken out of the Victory Palace. As soon as the divine seal appeared, rays of dazzling light spread out from the divine seal and enveloped the Victory Palace. The Victory Palace blossomed with resplendent light, as if a peerless beast was slowly awakening. A frightening pressure beyond that of mortals shrouded the area 10 kilometers in radius around the Victory Palace. Under this pressure, everyone felt a little breathless. This is a frightening pressure above that of the Starry Sky Warlock rank. The power contained in the Victory Palace is indeed above that of the Moonlight Warlock rank, touching upon the domain of gods. Yang Feng's complexion changed slightly, and his eyes flashed with a dignified glint. Under this frightening pressure, the vigor of heaven and earth in this area was completely locked and fell under the control of the Victory Palace. With the vigor of heaven and earth locked, Yang Feng could only use his 3 great blood meridian innate spells, the rest of the spells couldn't be cast. So-called spells were spells that the spellcasters used their own mental strength as a bridge to communicate with the various elements in the world's vitality through spell models, forming a kind of extraordinary power that borrowed the power of heaven and earth. If the vitality of heaven and earth was locked or the vitality of heaven and earth was thin, it would definitely be a nightmare for spellcasters. The heaven and earth yuan qi was locked, and many powerful spells could not be used. Moreover, if the heaven and earth essence qi was thin, the power of the spells cast would be greatly reduced. The so-called magic forbidding field was when the essence of heaven and earth was expelled or locked by a powerful force, causing the caster to be unable to borrow the power of the essence of heaven and earth. This was why they were unable to cast various spells. In the anti-magic domain, a legendary mage might not even be as powerful as a high-level warrior. Amid the frightening pressure, countless specks of light poured out of the Victory Palace, condensed in midair, and formed a 10-meter tall, shining with golden light, looking exactly like Morin's eye. When Buchak saw the statue of Morin's eye, his heart filled with shock. He knelt on the ground and implored loudly, "Your Highness, please calm down. We surrender. We surrender." Garka's eyes flashed with a fierce glint, and he revealed a cruel smile. "It's too late. I gave you a chance. Since you're not willing to submit to me, then you can all go to hell." Above the Victory Palace, Morinsai looked down at the two Imperial Guard Corps warriors like a god and brandished the lightsaber in his hand. In an instant, an almost endless rain of lightsabers shot out of Morinsai's sword and shot towards the two Imperial Guard Corps warriors like raindrops. A rain of blood splattered in all directions. Amidst the miserable screams, the Imperial Guards were pierced by the rain of light and turned into dried corpses. All of their lives and souls were absorbed by the light swords. Cicerin roared furiously, burst out with Star Knight rank chi, brandished his sword, and chopped the lightsabers to pieces. The Star Knight rank powerhouses of the two Imperial Guard Corps also urged their chi to resist the bombardment of the lightsabers. The Imperial Guard warriors below the Star Knight rank were turned into ashes by the lightsabers, and their life force and souls were devoured by the rain of lightsabers. In less than 30 seconds, the more than 30,000 Imperial Guard Corps warriors were turned into ashes by the rain of lightsabers released by Morinsai, and their life force and souls were devoured. After wiping out all the small fries, Morinsai looked coldly at Cicerin. Cicerin suddenly felt a chill in his heart, and a frightening force erupted inside him in a flash and blew him into countless pieces. Yang Feng's heart shook slightly. Looking at the godlike Morinsai in the sky, he mused, "What a frightening being." When the Imperial Guard warriors above the Gate of Glory saw this scene, they were both fearful and glad. They were fearful that the 40,000 elite warriors of the two Imperial Guard Corps were annihilated by Garka, but glad that they were finally on the side of the victor and escaped the calamity of the purge. Every time Morinsai took a careful look at the Star Knight rank powerhouses of the two Imperial Guard Corps, the Star Knight rank powerhouses would explode into countless pieces. In less than 5 minutes, there was no one left alive in the two Imperial Guard Corps. The wizards of the two Imperial Guard Corps were even more fragile than ordinary warriors, and were insta-killed by the rain of lightsabers. "Ha ha ha, this is the fate of traitors." Garka burst into laughter and urged the divine seal in his hand. The projection of Morin's eye in the sky collapsed, turned into motes of light, and disappeared into the Victory Palace. Garka inadvertently glanced at Yang Feng, only to see Yang Feng salute him respectfully. The Imperial Guard warriors stared at Garka with both respect and awe. They knew that the man in front of them was about to ascend the throne as the Emperor of the Morin's Empire, and no one could stop him. Yang Feng looked at the tens of thousands of corpses in front of the Gate of Glory and sighed inside. Only in the world of gods can a dynasty be passed down for more than 100,000 years without change. With such frightening power, how could mortals overthrow this dynasty? The Morin's Empire exuded a sense of decay, degeneration, and debauchery from top to bottom, yet it still had a legacy of more than 100,000 years, completely backed by gods. Otherwise, such an empire would have been overthrown a long time ago. The news that Garka destroyed the 20,000-strong Imperial Guard Corps quickly reached the ears of the major forces of the Saint Toulon city. The major forces of the Saint Toulon city understood that the situation was completely under Garka's control. The 4th Imperial Guard Corps immediately declared allegiance to Garka and purged the great Prince Andrei's people within the corps. The 4 City Guard Corps of the outer city also pledged allegiance to Garka. The Imperial Guard Hall also declared allegiance to Garka and began to arrest rebels who assassinated Morince 2867. The so-called rebels who assassinated Morince 2867 were naturally people who supported the great Prince Andrei, and many of them were important ministers of the imperial court. 3 days later, Garka couldn't wait to hold an enthronement ceremony and announce his ascension to the throne. During the enthronement ceremony, the great Prince Andrei's people were all arrested and thrown into prison. Porta and the other 2 princes were placed under house arrest by Garka. No one objected to the enthronement ceremony, and Garka ascended the throne smoothly as Morince 2868. In the imperial palace's conference hall, Garka, dressed in an imperial robe, sat on the throne, looking down at the important ministers of the imperial court from above, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. In the imperial court, many important ministers held high positions and power. Even a prince like Garka was somewhat inferior in front of these important ministers. But now, as long as Garka gave the order, these important ministers would be deprived of all their rights, and then dragged into prison like dead dogs to spend the rest of their miserable lives. Wherever Garka looked, the important ministers of the imperial court lowered their heads slightly, not daring to look him in the eye. Garka's gaze finally fell on Yang Feng, who was standing respectfully aside, and he said lightly, "Ian." Yang Feng stepped forward and said respectfully, "I'm here." Garka stared at Yang Feng for a while, then revealed a smile and said, "I promised you that as long as you support me to ascend the throne, I will confer you the title of Duke and give you the Funès province as your fief. From today on, you are a Duke of the Empire. The Funès province and the Red Earth Wasteland are your hereditary fief." Envious and jealous gazes came from the side. A hereditary enfeoffment of an imperial duke was already the apex of the Morince Empire's system for ordinary aristocrats. In the Morince Empire, even ordinary dukes were already existences with high status and power. Hereditary dukes with huge fiefs were definitely greater aristocrats among greater aristocrats. 100 years ago, Salamander, the legendary hero who cultivated both magic and martial arts, had worked hard for his entire life, but he had only become a great noble. His greater aristocratic status was also far less valuable than Yang Feng's. That was the territory of a province. Such a huge territory was comparable to that of many small principalities of the Faisua Plain. The only drawback was that the population of the Funès province was slightly smaller. Yang Feng stepped forward and bowed slightly to Garka. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Those desert barbarians are vicious by nature and simply can't be trusted. However, I haven't pinned my hopes on them keeping their word. Have you contacted those few tribes? Anzolev said in a deep voice, "I have, Your Highness." A cold glint flashed past Andrei's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "Since everything is ready, let's get started." On the 6th day after Garka ascended to the throne, Andrei, the commander-in-chief of the Southern Army, issued a declaration denouncing Garka for assassinating Morince 2867 and for being a traitor of the empire. Andrei dispatched 100,000 troops to advance on the Saint Talon city. The Gahilid province, which had been run by Andrei for many years, suddenly leaned towards him. Garka promptly mobilized the 4 corps of the nearby Angelo province and the Merton province to resist Andrei. The 4 corps of the 2 provinces engaged in a decisive battle with the Southern Army commanded by Andrei beside the White Sand River. During the decisive battle, a corps of the Merton province switched sides on the battlefield and launched a pincer attack with the Southern Army commanded by Andrei. They defeated the main forces of the 3 corps in one fell swoop, and countless people surrendered. After absorbing the countless surrendered soldiers, Andrei's 100,000-strong army expanded to 160,000-strong army. After the main forces of the Garalo province and the Merton province were swept clean, Andrei took the opportunity to send envoys to the two provinces. Practically all the officials of the two provinces surrendered at the mere sight of him, and most of them easily chose to surrender to Andrei. The Morince Empire exuded a rotten smell from top to bottom. Coupled with the fact that it was a civil war in the Morince Empire, the officials naturally weren't willing to risk their lives for Garka. As soon as the Garalo province and the Merton province surrendered, the gate leading to the St. Toulon city opened. Andrei's 160,000-strong army had to pass through the Tandu province, the Notus province, and the Povii province to reach the St. Toulon city. After the four corps of the Garalo province and the Merton province were defeated and surrendered to Andrei, the rest of the provinces adopted a wait-and-see attitude. Only Andrei's base, the Povania province, fully supported Andrei and sent two corps to the Street Toulon city to obey Garka's dispatch. The border armies with the strongest fighting strength of the Morince Empire didn't transfer their most elite troops to the St. Toulon city on the pretext of the appearance of foreign enemies. Instead, they transferred some veterans and some second-line troops to the St. Toulon city. Garka's position was precarious, and he was in a precarious situation. Under such circumstances, he didn't dare to kill Porta and the other two princes. Once Garka killed Porta and the other two princes, the remaining forces of the three princes would side with the great Prince Andrei, and Garka would be besieged on all sides. The Victory Palace, inside the Imperial Study. Looking somewhat haggard, Garka paced back and forth anxiously in the Imperial Study. Beside Garka stood an ordinary-looking, blue-haired middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was Ghost Fox Bracy, the head of Garka's think tanks. At this moment, Bracy took a document and carefully looked at it for a while before putting it down. Garka asked anxiously at once, "Bracy, what should I do now?" Bracy comforted, "No need to worry, Your Majesty. At present, more than 95% of the Morince Empire's provinces are in our hands. Our strength is more than 20 times that of Andrei's rebels. The White Tower has pledged allegiance to you. The St. Toulon city has gathered 300,000 troops. Andrei is no match for us." Garka's eyes flashed with a cold glint, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Bracy, don't comfort me with these words. Andrei's southern army is an elite border army tempered by decades of fierce battles with the Desert Empire. Even though he only dispatched 100,000 troops, it's still a terrifying force. His military talent is indeed recognized as among the top 10 famous generals of the empire. Only those old fogies can fight him. Hateful that none of those old fogies is willing to come out and help me, how hateful." Andrei was indeed a famous general of the Morince Empire. However, the Morince Empire's military was filled with powerhouses and experts. There were also quite a few famous generals who were as famous as Andrei. However, most of these famous generals were border army commanders who had no intention of intervening in the struggle for the throne. As such, they didn't provide much support to Garka. Previously, Garka hadn't roped in any famous generals of the Morince Empire. Previously, he spent all his energy on infiltrating the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps, which allowed him to take control of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps at the most critical time. As for the border army of the Morince Empire, it had always been impartial and never participated in the struggle for the throne. Only the Southern Army, which was under Andrei's complete control, would get involved in the struggle for the throne and become Andrei's helper. Bracy suddenly said, "Your Majesty, we also have someone who can contend with Andrei." Garka hesitated for a moment before saying slowly, "You mean Duke Ian?" Bracy said slowly, "Yes, Duke Ian is a man who can create miracles. With the meager forces of the Miracle City, he could defeat the Hunting Fang Corps and the Silver Sword Corps. There is no doubt about his military talent. If it's him, he has a good chance of defeating Andrei." Garka's brows furrowed, and he fell into silence. In the Imperial Study, there was a peculiar silence. Bracy said solemnly, "Your Majesty, I know that Duke Ian is already the Dean of the Magic College. If he also holds a military post, there may be some hidden dangers. However, the urgent matter at hand is to defeat Andre. If he can't defeat Andre, the consequences will be unimaginable. Garca hesitated for a moment before saying, "Can't Goina do it?" In Garca's mind, Goina was the most suitable candidate to lead the army. Bracy frowned slightly and said slowly, "Although Goina performed very well in the military college, but he has no experience in large-scale warfare. If it was against an ordinary enemy, he might perform very well. But he's not Andre's opponent. That battle is very important to you, Your Majesty. If you lose, our favorable situation will be reversed in an instant." Garca paced back and forth in the imperial study for a while. After weighing the pros and cons, he finally gave a long sigh and said, "All right, let Ian go." Chapter 293. The Victory Palace, inside the Imperial Study. Garca stared at Yang Feng in front of him with a complicated look in his eyes, and said slowly, "Ian, if I appoint you as the Imperial Marshal and command the army, how sure are you that you can defeat Andre?" Yang Feng said confidently, "Your Majesty, if you entrust me with full authority to be the Imperial Marshal and command the army, I'm 90% sure that I can defeat Andre." Garca's eyes flashed with joy, and then a glint of apprehension flashed in the abyss of his eyes. Yang Feng suddenly said with a smile, "By the way, Your Majesty, didn't you promise me before that I could enter the royal treasury of the Morin's Empire and pick a few treasures that I want? I'm looking forward to it." Garca pondered for a while, then recalled the promise he made during the coup d'état, and looked at Yang Feng with a smile in his eyes. Unless it was a robot, a perfect, powerful, flawless, and desireless subordinate was a dangerous existence that was difficult to control for those in power. Garca said with a smile, "Okay, I'll allow you to enter the royal treasury of the Morin's Empire and pick 2 treasures. After you defeat Andre and come back, I'll allow you to enter the royal treasury of the Morin's Empire and pick 2 more treasures." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Without any pretense, Yang Feng showed a smile of joy. Garca casually pressed on the chair he was sitting on, and a wave of magic fluctuations suddenly rippled out from the chair. The space twisted slightly, and an old man with white hair and beard, who gave Yang Feng a very dangerous feeling, walked out of the void, saluted Garca, and said respectfully, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Yang Feng looked at the white-haired old man, and his pupils constricted slightly. What a strong fellow. He's at least a pinnacle legend rank powerhouse. Such a powerhouse didn't appear on the day of the coup d'état. It seems that he's one of the underlying forces of the Morin's family. On the day of Garca's coup d'état, very few powerhouses appeared. That was because, apart from the few legend-rank powerhouses who were already involved in the struggle for the throne, the rest were unwilling to risk the destruction of their families and the extermination of their clans by participating in such a dangerous game. The top powerhouses of the Morin's family hid in the darkness and didn't take action. The white-haired old man was clearly one of the underlying forces of the Morin's family, a powerhouse who specialized in seclusion and guarding the imperial palace. In this Victory Palace, any attempt to assassinate Garca would be easily disrupted. Inside the Victory Palace, there were definitely experts as common as clouds, powerhouses like rain. It was just that those experts and powerhouses would only be loyal to the master of Victory Palace and would not participate in the fight for the throne. This was the iron law of the Morin's family. Garca said indifferently, "Rain, take Ian to the treasury and let him choose 2 treasures." "Yes, Your Majesty." Rain responded respectfully, and then said to Yang Feng, "Ian, come with me." With that said, Rain stretched out his hand and drew a line. With a flash of magic light, a spatial door appeared in front of him. Inside the Victory Palace, with the blessings of the gods, one could do all kinds of unimaginable and magical things. If such a space door was outside the Victory Palace, even among the legendary mages, only the top legendary mages would be able to open it so easily. Yang Feng stepped into the spatial door. With a flash of spatial fluctuations, countless rays of light shrouded him. His eyes blurred, and in the next moment, he appeared in front of a 10-meter-tall huge bronze gate engraved with countless mysterious runes. Rin walked up to Yang Feng, silently recited an incantation, and pointed at the huge bronze gate. A cyan ray entered the bronze gate. If Yang Feng hadn't planned to walk the god path, then he might have crippled his strength and implanted the fiend barren heart. However, since Yang Feng planned to walk the god path, fiend power and god power were diametrically opposed, so he naturally wouldn't implant the fiend barren heart. Yang Feng shook his head, shifted his gaze away from the fiend barren heart, and began to look for other treasures. The treasury was divided into the fiend district, the devil district, the elf district, the beast man district, the sea tribe district, the giant district, the dragon district, the blood tribe district, the dark elf district, and the rare species district. Each area had its own special products. The Morin's Empire, which had existed for more than 100,000 years and experienced countless wars, had collected countless treasures. The treasures in each area made Yang Feng's heart itch, wishing that he could loot them all. Without hesitation, Yang Feng went to the dragon area. Only in the dragon area, the various rare materials of black dragons could greatly enhance Yang Feng's strength. When Yang Feng arrived at the black dragon area and took a look, his eyes flashed with regret. Unfortunately, all the usable materials have been used up. Every part of a dragon was a treasure. Dragon blood, dragon flesh, dragon liver, and dragon eyes were all first-rate materials for refining elixirs. Successive emperors of the Morin's Empire had already used up all the usable parts of a dragon, leaving only some dragon bones that were difficult to deal with. This is the bone of a Moonlight Warlock rank black dragon. There are no fluctuations of divine power in these dragon bones. They are the bones of an immemorial dragon. Suddenly, Yang Feng's eyes lit up slightly and flickered with excitement. He walked up to a 50-meter-long dragon skeleton and carefully stroked and examined it. Dragons were divided into 5 categories, namely ordinary dragons, ancient dragons, immemorial dragons, archaic dragons, and primordial dragons. The evolution potential of ordinary dragons was Great Warlock rank. The evolution potential of archaic dragons was Starry Sky Warlock rank. The highest evolution potential of immemorial dragons was Glorious Sun Warlock rank. The highest evolution potential of archaic dragons was Infinity Warlock rank. As for primordial dragons, they could even evolve to contend against human warlock emperors. In the history of the Zhangji Plain, the first warlock emperor, the Time Lord, slayed a time primordial dragon that contained the mysteries of time. After absorbing countless mysteries of time, he finally became invincible, suppressed countless planes, and founded the first warlock dynasty. The giant dragon clan was also one of the most powerful extraordinary creatures in the many planes that could compete with the gods without taking the path of the gods. Of course, the number of immemorial dragons, archaic dragons, and primordial dragons among dragons was very small. Now that Yang Feng saw a Moonlight Warlock rank immemorial dragon bone, he was naturally very excited. In the Zhangji Plain, the Black Dragon Morph secret method contained a secret method to absorb the bone essence of advanced black dragons. As long as he absorbed and refined the bone essence of the immemorial dragon, Yang Feng's strength would increase by a large margin, and his bones would evolve into fearsome immemorial dragon rank existences. Without any hesitation, Yang Feng extended his hand towards the immemorial dragon bone. With a flash of resplendent light, the immemorial dragon bone shrank and condensed into a ball of light that entered Yang Feng's hand. Chapter 296. A day later, Garka appointed Yang Feng as the empire's Grand General and Marshal of suppressing rebellions. He assigned an Imperial Guard Corps of 20,000 soldiers, 2 City Guard Corps of 40,000 soldiers, and 2 miscellaneous corps of 40,000 soldiers from other places, a total of 100,000 soldiers, to serve as Yang Feng's direct subordinates. In addition to the 100,000 troops, Yang Feng could also control the 6 main corps of the Tandu province, the Notice province, and the Povei province with 120,000 soldiers, the 3 provinces with a total of 500,000 local troops, as well as the 6 corps with 120,000 soldiers transferred from various places. As a result, Yang Feng had more than 340,000 soldiers under his control. Coupled with auxiliary troops and other types of troops, the number of troops under his control exceeded 1 million. After he took over the position of marshal, his power almost reached its peak. In front of the gate of Yang Feng's villa, there was an endless stream of horses and carriages. Every day, countless people came to see him. On the 3rd day, Yang Feng took the 100,000 troops directly under his command and moved towards the Tandu province. The news that Yang Feng became the imperial general and marshal of the rebellion suppression spread throughout the Morince Empire. All the major forces of the Morince Empire knew of Yang Feng's name. Numerous forces sent people to collect information on Yang Feng. Countless forces of the Morince Empire focused their gazes on Yang Feng. The headquarters of the Morince Empire's southern army. Ian, it's actually him. Andre, who was holding a document, frowned slightly, and Yang Feng's voice and smiling face appeared in his mind. Andre pondered for a while, and then asked slowly, Anzolev, what do you think of Ian? Anzolev replied with a smile, an outstanding person. According to the information obtained so far, Ian not only cultivates magic and martial dual cultivation, but also has some accomplishments in military and politics. He was able to defeat the Hunting Fang Legion and the Silver Sword Legion. Even in the Empire, his commanding ability was definitely among the outstanding generals. Such a genius is only slightly inferior to you, Your Highness. Andre asked calmly, how should we deal with him? Although Ian is very outstanding, but he has 2 fatal weaknesses. First, he isn't from the Imperial military and doesn't have much seniority in the Imperial military. It will be very difficult to convince the 6 corps of the Tandu province, the Notice province, and the Povei province as well as the 6 corps transferred from other places. Secondly, although Garka is very smart, it's only petty cleverness. In essence, he was still a suspicious person. It was impossible for him to let Ian, who was not his direct descendant, lead an army of 1 million. We can send someone to the St. Toulon city to spread a rumor that Ian is independent. When a lie is told 1,000 times, it becomes the truth. As long as we drive a wedge between them, we can get Garka to transfer him back. Anzolev said methodically. Andre was full of confidence and said proudly, well said. My brother is very smart, but he's too smart. He doesn't trust anyone but himself. Moreover, there's one more thing you didn't mention. How can those ordinary armies that haven't been stained with blood compare to the strength of the 100,000 border soldiers in my hands? Even in a head-on battle, my army of 100,000 can still defeat his army of 1 million. The 100,000 soldiers under Andre's command were all elite soldiers that had been trained for more than 10 years to fight against the Desert Empire's army. Their combat strength was incomparably tyrannical. This was also what he relied on to start the rebellion. In the field, only a few elite border armies in the entire Morince Empire had the strength to contend against Andre's army. The 12 legions that were mobilized from the other provinces were nothing in Andre's eyes. Anzolev said with a look of worship, Your Highness is wise. Andre revealed a trace of a smile and said, before he comes, I will give him a big gift. 3 days later, Andre led 30,000 cavalrymen and directly plunged into the Tandu province. With the help of the mages accompanying the army, he easily seized more than a dozen cities in the Tandu province and moved towards the capital of the Tandu province, Newton City. Alarmed, the governor of the Tandu province sent a dozen blood letters to Yang Feng in a row, begging him to send reinforcements. Behind the Tandu province was the Notice province. In the Notice province, there were 4 main battle legions and 6 main battle legions dispatched from all over the country, a total of 10 main battle legions. After receiving the blood letters from the governor of the Tandu province, Yang Feng glanced at them, and then threw them into the trash can. On one hand, he ordered the governor of the Tandu province to defend the Newton city to the death, and on the other hand, he sped up the march. André rampaged through the Tandu province. Wherever he went, the cities of the Tandu province surrendered at the mere sight of him. In accordance with Yang Feng's order, the governor of the Tandu province recruited 100,000 recruits. Together with the 80,000 warriors in the Newton city, he formed a large corps of 180,000 people to defend the Newton city to the death. After André's army reached the Newton city, it tried to besiege the city, but was stopped by the governor of the Tandu province. André immediately stopped the siege and began to dispatch a steady stream of reinforcements from the rear, surrounding the Newton city. The area outside the Burgos city, the capital of the Notice province, had turned into a huge barracks with barracks stretching for more than a dozen kilometers. When Yang Feng arrived in front of a barracks, he saw 8 sentries standing lazily in front of the barracks. The 8 sentries gathered together and chatted with each other, not paying any attention to their vigilance. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly, then he conjured a magic stealth and disappeared at once. He strode into the barracks. As soon as he entered the barracks, Yang Feng heard the sounds of gambling. There were also women's groans and men's lewd laughter coming from many barracks. Along the way, Yang Feng's eyebrows creased more and more, and a frigid killing intent appeared in the abyss of his eyes. This is the army I want to command? With such an army, it's no wonder they suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of André. The Morince Empire was rotten to the core, and the army was similarly rotten. Apart from the several border armies of the empire, most of the standing corps in the other provinces had become tools for officers of all levels to fish for money. It was normal for them to eat without pay and drink the blood of the soldiers. The reason why Yang Feng could defeat the armies of the Morince Empire with an irresistible force with the meager troops of the Miracle City was that, apart from some main corps, the fighting strength of the other troops of the Morince Empire wasn't high. After going around the barracks, Yang Feng turned around and left. 2 days later, an emissary rode into the Burgos city. Before long, the officials of the Burgos city were led by Governor Chiron of the Notice province to wait 10 kilometers outside the city. After waiting for about an hour, a huge army stretching for more than a dozen kilometers appeared in front of everyone. At the forefront of the huge legion, the person in the lead riding a majestic black horse was Yang Feng. Yang Feng rode the handsome black horse and arrived in front of Chiron and company under the escort of 3 sacred swordsmen. He dismounted and walked towards Chiron and company with a smile on his face. Chiron carefully looked at Yang Feng for a while, then took a step forward and saluted him, saying, "Governor Chiron of the Notice province greets Marshal Ian." The officials of the Notice province behind Governor Chiron also saluted Yang Feng. "Greetings, Marshal." "Hello, I'm Ian." Yang Feng swept the officials who came to greet him with a glance and said with a smile, "Let's go back to the city." As soon as they returned to the Burgos city, Chiron held a grand welcome banquet to greet Yang Feng. At the banquet, celebrities and aristocrats of the Burgos city came one after another. Countless young and beautiful aristocratic girls surrounded Yang Feng and fawned on him. With Chiron's introduction, Yang Feng got to know Ennio, the commander of the Olive Leaf Corps, Duccio, the commander of the Polar Bear Corps, Gan, the commander of the Cyan Falcon Corps, and Giacomo, the commander of the Iron Thornwood Corps. The commanders of the 4 corps were respectively the commanders of the 4 main corps of the Notice province and the Povii province. They participated in greeting Yang Feng. As for the commanders of the other 6 corps, they were dismissive of Yang Feng, and none of them went to greet Yang Feng. The next morning, the headquarters of the rebellion subduing Marshal Yang Feng, who was sitting on the seat of honor in the marshal's barracks, glanced at Andrew with an ice-cold expression, and said lightly, "Sound the assembly drums." Andrew responded loudly, "Yes, Marshal." The impassioned and resounding assembly drums reverberated in the barracks. After hearing the drums, a commander immediately rushed to the marshal's barracks. When the high-ranking officers entered the marshal's barracks, they saw a gloomy Yang Feng sitting on the seat of honor, and they kept silent, not daring to say anything. Ennio, Duccio, Gan, and Giacomo, the four commanders rushed to the marshal's barracks before the assembly drums were about to disappear. After the assembly drums stopped, only the high-ranking officers of the Olive Leaf Corps, the Polar Bear Corps, Duccio, the Cyan Falcon Corps, the Iron Thornwood Corps, as well as the Imperial Guard System and the City Guard System were left standing in the marshal's barracks. The high-ranking officers stared at Yang Feng sitting on the seat of honor with ridicule in the abyss of their eyes. For Yang Feng to become the Marshal of the Empire at such a young age, the high-ranking officers were naturally unconvinced. Even though Yang Feng was the master of the Miracle City and had successively defeated the Hunting Fang Corps and the Silver Sword Corps, but the high-ranking officers of the Morin's Empire still didn't take him seriously. "Sorry, we're late." "Haha, I'm really sorry." Amid a burst of insincere laughter, a burly middle-aged high-ranking officer stepped into the barracks. With a contemptuous smile on his face, he looked somewhat provocatively at Yang Feng sitting on the seat of honor. This middle-aged high-ranking officer was Julio, the commander of the Bear Fang Corps who was transferred from another place. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.